Hello, welcome to Superpower Broadcasting. I'm your host, Kevin Castley. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to Ghoul Gang Rising. This is normally the weekly show where we dunk on the worst cringe foreign policy takes of the week. But yesterday, which was our regularly scheduled Ghoul Gang Rising show, we only got through about half of it. And shortly after the intermission, we got sidetracked with not relevant but still important stuff related to all the drama that's been going on. And so tonight we have episode 16.5. And so we have here Spooky Nukies, Tranquil Fury. How's it going?
It's going good. This is unprecedented. The first time in our history,
That's right.
half episode.
That is correct. Absolutely. We have a half episode. And what does that mean? Maybe it will be 4 hours. Probably not. But who knows?
I don't know about that.
Look around and see, right? So, yeah. Oh man. So we're going to continue on with the same set of videos that we had planned for yesterday that we didn't get to yet. So, Reece had compiled a bunch of these. We have some absolutely ridiculous bootlickers lined up tonight. So, you guys made a smart decision tuning in. So
yeah, we got a little lucky yesterday in terms of what we avoided, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case today.
Yeah,
but I figured we no, of course. I figured we'd wade into the pool a little cautiously at first, so this felt important to cover. We have a video. I'm trying to find the exact title. See, this is how prepared I am. Okay, this video is titled Hong Kong Commemorates Tiananmen Square Massacre Despite Crackdown.
You may recall this image, a man standing up against the communist crackdown at Tiananmen Square. Today marks 32 years since the Beijing massacre. And in Hong Kong, there were flickers of defiance. CBS's Remy Inocencio is there. That
was a CIA crisis actors, then and now, obviously.
They were paid. They were paid by the CIA to support democracy against the Communist Party that had peace and harmony for everybody, man. So
people need to be paid to want to support freedom. It's it's one of the basic rules of life, really.
Of course, yeah. Freedom is something that only Westerners would want. That have been corrupted.
It's an Anglo concept.
That's right. It's Anglo.
Anglo box, some might say.
That guy standing in front of the tanks, he was Anglo. So.
Yeah, you can't see it because it's kind of at a distance, and he's got his back turned to you. But
yeah.
We do have confirmation. Anglo.
Yeah, he was more Anglo than Churchill. So.
Oh man.
Oh come on, dude.
StreamYard hates us officially.
Today marks 32 years since the Beijing massacre. And in Hong Kong, there were flickers of defiance. CBS's Remy Inocencio is there.
Hong Kong police targeted youth wearing black, an elderly man carrying a lamp, and anyone lighting candles. One single flame, too political for authorities to accept. Personal vigils on this 32nd anniversary.
That is so petty. I'm just gonna say, like that's the Communist Party right there. Just like no, blow out the flame,
I like the little slappy hand motion of just like put it out.
No, it looks weak. It looks comical. It looks like like the meme of like floppy fighting. That's what it looks like. That's the Communist Party for you. I mean, and again, we talked about yesterday on the show how Australia absolutely kicked these guys' ass in economic warfare. They started it, they fucked around, they found out, and now it's like that's the best they can do. Basically, it's just I guess we have to like shut down stuff at home. We can't shut down anybody else. So,
maybe they should start asking their own people for friendship.
Yeah, no, it's like what Andrew says. It's basically like, "Lol, take that, you dastard! I waved out your candle." It's like, you dastardly kids, I mean,
you scoundrels.
Yeah,
You
scoundrels,
hooligans.
you whippersnappers, always on my lawn. It's so petty, man. And yet we're told by the tankies and a lot of these communists and stuff that China, oh, they're the future. They're too strong for us. That we're jealous of their strength. Does that look like strength to you? It looks like they're insecure as fuck. So
One lit candle and an empire falls.
that's right. Like if your regime, it's like who would win? Largest army in the world, biggest population, etc. Army, etc. Versus one flamey boy. Who would win?
One flamey. We got a new meme.
Yeah,
Somebody
somebody's
do it.
got to make that meme. And it has to be like 18 or 20 different triggered Wojaks, like raging with like the red eyes and crying everywhere, wearing the People's Liberation Army uniforms, trying to put out the candle, Yeah.
Of China's Tiananmen Square massacre, when Beijing crushed a student-led democracy movement in 1989.
They
In
were
Hong
crisis
Kong,
students.
a British colony at the time.
Oh yeah, no, it was all fake, man. It was fake news.
They
Crisis students. The students, they were terrorists. They all had staplers and glue guns. It was real scary stuff. They didn't have a choice.
Yeah, it was spooky and scary and it was like an evil deep state CIA ghoul propaganda, man.
Cool
remember,
propaganda.
in 2019, a record-matching 180,000 people held a candlelight vigil at Victoria Park. This year, the protest hotspot was empty except for police.
I guess everybody supports the CCP then. I mean, look, no one
yeah.
showed up. No one showed up this time. There's photographic evidence. What more do you need?
Well, and I mean, look at how secure their society is. Look at all the cops everywhere. You must feel safe with those cops around, right?
And they've got all that pesky terrorist population locked up too. Everything's going swimmingly.
Oh yeah.
Reason, COVID.
Ridiculous. You see, compared to last year, the COVID virus is less serious.
Hong Kong police will use whatever measures.
It's now 8 o'clock and the police are pushing us back out of Victoria Park with this orange line. It's a slow push, but clearly they've been given the order that any attempt at doing any kind of vigil is over.
Police raised a banner warning people to leave.
Victoria Park. Very Anglo.
Oh yeah, no, super Anglo.
They made sure to throw in like, this was the British colony, and all I can think is Anglo.
That's right.
Poisoned by Anglo thinking.
It's like that meme of this is the Wikipedia article. It's like this is a list of places named after Queen Victoria. You can help by expanding it, and then it's the British soldier with the laser eyes, just like you can help by expanding it. With the rifle, as he's about to like take over. This is somewhere in like South Africa or something, but Southern Africa.
That's amazing.
Shining, they flowed like water.
What's amazing is how StreamYard has gotten worse and worse at this as time has gone on. It used to be like, it would be a thing if we stopped it for like 5 minutes, and now it's like you start the video and it can't handle it.
StreamYards is old. It's on its last legs.
Yeah.
Water around the park and across Hong Kong instead. But many Hong Kongers fear China's Communist Party is overwhelming them, with the rubber-stamped national security law now looming to prevent the mass pro-democracy protests of 2019 from ever happening again. This June 4th may be a dying ember in a city once known for freedom of expression. So many trying to keep hope burning in what they feel is their darkest time. Rami Innocencio,
Not anymore.
CBS News, Hong Kong.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that's basically nothing's changed, and that is China and Hong Kong for you.
Well, it's gotten a lot worse than Hong Kong. I mean, obviously, anywhere else in the country, that would have never even been a thing in the first place. But there used to be some semblance of some degree of freedom in Hong Kong. That's gone, and they were supposed to hold out until 2047 under the deal. But look, it turns out when you make a deal with despots, they don't always keep their word. Who would have thunk, right?
I mean,
But-
why would they? Like, what would seriously? What would the real consequences be of just cracking down completely? Like, okay, yeah, we're not going to just move you from this park where you don't get to do this at all.
The UK would have some harsh words and deep concern.
Some finger wagging.
Yeah, which reminds me, we got to play this. That's what the UK would do if China just straight up like took over Hong Kong completely.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Like we all know, that's what these liberal internationalists are all about. It's like, oh, we're concerned about what's going on, but they never intervene. They never do anything.
Lucerne.
No, it's insanity. They're like, oh, they have nukes, bro. It's like, yeah, and we're gonna have to fight them with nukes anyway, eventually. So why not get it over with sooner? But as I've said before, there is a way to deal with them before it comes to that. We can economically cripple them and stop trading with them. But I have a funny feeling it's going to actually take a nuclear war to get rid of them rather than that, because the people calling the shots have stock portfolios that benefit from doing business with China. So they'll wait until China's ready for a war because they want to make as much money in the meantime as possible. But the war's going to happen. The war's going to fucking happen. So if we don't nip it in the bud, and we've already let it get a bit of out of hand, they're going to get more nukes too. So
you could potentially have a situation where a lot of nations become more like Australia under mounting pressure. But, by that point, if you get to that point, it really is a desperate situation. We see what can happen if one nation like Australia stands up to them and their economic supremacy. But we're really counting on the big guns here, and admittedly, America's trying, the UK's kind of trying, Canada's not trying at all, obviously.
No. Canada under Captain Blackface Trudeau is trying to impress China. It's embarrassing, right? But you mentioned Australia, and I want to take a note again. I'm also drinking Australian wine again tonight, and everybody out there should go and buy Australian because that's the biggest sector of their economy that's been hit big time as a result of them standing up to the Communist Party. And they had their neighbors over in New Zealand try to capitalize on this, and now 92% of their exports go to China because they're like, cha-ching. So fuck New Zealand and big up Australia.
New Zealand and Australia, the dichotomy of man.
That's right, the duality of man. I
there
guess
we go.
Yeah.
My references they're getting out of line. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, no, that kangaroo there, he's got the Anglo laser eyes going on right now. So
base.
What happened? Like.
So I had a video that I'd meant for us to watch last week, but we just we were a little busy, with other cringe videos. This video, first off, you're gonna laugh your ass off at the channel that this is hosted on. This video is titled "A Discussion on Foreign Policy with Senator Rand Paul."
They couldn't even get the name. They didn't even spell the name right though on their channel. Did you notice that?
Of Rand Paul?
Yeah, no, they spelled it wrong. They spelled it R-A-N-D space P-A-U-L, when in reality it's spelled R-A-N-D space quote D-U-M-B-E-R space T-H-A-N space R-O-N quote end quote space P-A-U-L. That's Rand dumber than Ron Paul. But they left out his name, his nickname. So
it would be very difficult to sign your checks that way. I think, just for the sake of simplification, he had to shorten it.
Yeah, it's like, what's your middle name? It's like dumber than Ron. It's like, well, who's Ron? It's like, that's my dad.
Oh man.
Concerned veterans for America. No, okay. We have to do this again. Not even 5 minutes.
I knew you'd love it.
It's literally they have CERN in the title. They're concerned, bro.
Macern.
Macern.
That's too good.
Oh my god. Like, what's next? Concerned United Nations veterans for liberal internationalism. Like, policy discussion with Senator Rand dumber than Ron Paul. By the way, when I called him that, no. I called his dad. I called him dumber than Jake Paul. Oh man, what's his name? Rob Noor got so pissed over on the Dylan Burns roundtable because he's like a big fan, and he was like, Ron Paul is one of the few good politicians we've ever had. I'm like, no, he's dumber than Jake Paul. Like, no, everybody's concerned right now, man. We're all concerned. Anyway, let's see what these concerned CERNs have to say about foreign policy. Oh yeah, well, we have views on foreign policy. Let's see what they got to say. They also talk about foreign policy. We're like the same person, I guess.
Hello, my name is Dan Caldwell, and I'm the Senior Advisor for Concerned Veterans for America.
By the way, I like how it's like foreign policy. They highlight it. It's like, yeah, of course it's going to be foreign policy. I've never heard Rand dumber than Ron talk about anything else. But yeah. Anyway, we can get on with the video. If StreamYard win Conca, well, that's annoying. Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Like, he used to do that.
Hello, my name is Dan Caldwell, and I'm the Senior Advisor for Concerned Veterans for America. I'm honored today to be joined by Senator Rand Paul for a discussion on America's foreign policy with a focus on our nation's endless wars. Senator Rand Paul is represented.
You're honored? The dude's dumber than Ron, who's dumber than Jake Paul. He's like 2 degrees dumber than Jake Paul. Why would you be?
What about Logan Paul? That's relevant. That's
Logan Paul. Well, Logan Paul is smarter than Jake Paul, and Jake Paul's smarter than Ron Paul, and Ron Paul's smarter than Rand Paul. So Rand is like the runt of all of this. So
I'm glad we got a hierarchy going here.
Yeah. And by the way, just so that we're clear, Logan Paul is still pretty dumb. So just to keep things in perspective,
we're gonna hear Rand Paul's thoughts on endless wars.
Menless wars, man. Menless wars.
Mendelless wars. Wasn't that a thing?
The wars for oil, man. Did you hear about that the other day? About like how there was what was it? Like there was some oil, like it was like it wasn't olive oil, it was a different type of vegetable oil plant that like US troops were involved in or something, and it's like wars for oil. That was the meme, you know. I forget the specifics. It was just making the rounds on Twitter, and I was like, a few people were like wars for olive oil or something, but yeah.
Kentucky and United States Senate since 2011 has been one of the most outspoken advocates for bringing our troops home from our forever wars and for.
By the way, white flag Joe Biden used the forever wars meme. So that slogan, it's not just the domain of these far right nut job isolationists. That's a mainstream Democratic line now too. Everybody's saying
they all clap for it.
Yeah, they all clap for it. Oh my
Please
God.
clap.
Yep. Should have clapped for Jeb. Well, StreamYard isn't clapping for this guy. Like, no, I'm going to say this is the worst StreamYard's ever been. I don't know what they're doing on their end, but that's not my computer. My computer's been fine. That's weird.
Forever wars and for restoring Congress's role in matters of war and peace. Senator Paul, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks a lot, Dan. I, like many American families, have a lot of family members who have served in the military. And I know how important it is that when we make decisions in Washington, that we think about the individuals involved. My father-in-law was an enlisted guy for 20 years in the Air Force. I have a nephew who's been 20 years in the Navy, a couple other nephews who were enlisted, several officers, a brother-in-law that went to the Air Force Academy.
By the way, I'm just going to point this out right now. Isn't it funny how, like, the libertarians and the ANCAPs, the people that I've debated, for example, they're the most pull yourself up by your bootstraps, no safety net kind of guys. You know, all of your position in life is your responsibility, for better or worse. And yet they bitch and twitch if troops get sent to do their job somewhere in a volunteer army. They call themselves voluntarists, a lot of them.
Not when it comes to the military, apparently.
At least Clint of Liberty Lockdown said to me, he's like, okay, I'm not going to make the point that they're like helpless or whatever, but you're dead wrong about everything on foreign policy. At least he could admit that they made a choice. But the rest of them, I haven't heard that shit at all. They talk about it as if they're helpless children, basically. So,
yeah, no, it's utterly ridiculous. Like, we're just starting off the bat with this total emotional manipulation and these anecdotal, like, oh, I know people, I've talked to people, I've got people in my family, I care, and it's like, okay, do you care about the world outside of your lines on a map? Oh no, okay, good to know.
Oh wow. No, I do want to say, I mean, we'll have to do a shout out right now. Buy a better jacket. We just got a $500 donation from Mycroft, so thank you for that. 500 American dollars. Wow.
Big up, man.
Oh man,
that's probably the biggest. That's got to be the biggest donation, right?
Single donation. Net 7 did like 440 once. One day when I debate Ace Arcus. Speaking of voluntarist losers, but yeah,
he volunteered. Not even really.
Yeah, he bought me a coffee. He bought me 100 coffees on there because the coffee thing is $5. So wow. Okay, man. No, I'm not sure what to say. Thank you. I know we've had some very heated debates actually in the past. Like, Reece, have you ever, like, you've talked to Mycroft before, right? Because he and I have debated foreign policy and stuff, and we don't really agree on that much. But I appreciate your support. So
no, I've talked to him, and from what I'm remembering, we disagreed on a good bit, but I disagree with I disagree with everyone. So it is what it is.
No, I know, and that's the thing.
He's fine. Yeah. He's a cool dude, and we appreciate the support, man.
No, I absolutely appreciate it and everything. And it's like, yeah, I know you've been asking, like, get unblocked on Twitter. The reason why I had blocked you initially was like, you said the F word a couple times and stuff at me, and I'm like, look, if you don't want to debate, I'm gonna block you. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, like, obviously you're a supporter of the show and everything. So like, it's just, I guess you could say it's kind of like a love-hate sort of thing, I guess, but
hey man, that's got to buy an unblock right there.
No, yeah, I guess that's like, oh, people are gonna be like, oh, it's pay to get unblocked or whatever. He's just doing what Liz did or whatever. But yeah, no, that absolutely, yeah. No, I'd be interested.
We made fun of that, but she had, for a while, before you kind of, drove her into the ground, she had a pretty good grift going on.
The term is nuked her whole career, bro.
Yes. She had a good grift going on, I think.
Oh, no, she really did. She literally had it so that you could pay her, I think it was $10, and she would unblock you, but she would block her fans so that they would pay her to get unblocked. Not like her enemies or anything. Like, she was actually like a good grifter in that sense. Look, I'm going to dare to say Liz, Nutso Liz, was actually a pioneer of the grift. in a way, because I don't know anybody else who would have blocked their fans to do that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just living under a rock, but she would block simps and get them to pay her to get unblocked, and people would do it. That's, I mean, look, I mean, yeah, I dunked on her and everything, but at the same time, there are a lot of people that are a lot dumber than her, but, yeah, and that are willing to do that. I'm going to go in and do the unblocking right now. I'm just going to have to, like, let's see, where is it? I guess it's under privacy, right? I think
probably under, yeah.
It's funny. I think you're one of the only accounts that I have blocked at the moment, actually, because I try to never have people blocked unless they're outright not going to debate me and then spam me with stuff, you know? So, no, I think I have like 4 people. Yeah, so now I have 3 people blocked. There we go. You are unblocked. So, thank you for the donation.
Let the spamming begin.
No, as far as the thing about buy a better jacket, no, I'll do that. I've also been meaning to get a few of mine like properly tailored and stuff too. I've just been like too busy and everything, and also there's a money component. But yeah,
I think you should get a purple jacket.
Oh, that would trigger them so much. Okay, but the thing is, they wouldn't notice. They honestly wouldn't notice because they think if I wear a tie on a shirt, that's a suit. Like I was rewatching tonight. Just because I'm a masochist, I guess, and I like watching in almost indecipherable blood sports where half of you can't tell what the people are saying because everybody's yelling over each other. And they're like, dude, you bought a purple suit. That's how much of a simp you are for her over on Madhouse channel. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, what was it? I don't know. It might have been on Grayson's. I forget exactly what it was, but they've done this on a few different shows. They parroted the line about how I bought a new purple suit to simp Natalie. I didn't. That was a purple dress shirt and a tie. But if you wear a tie, they think you're wearing a suit. It's kind of like that meme how like if you carry around a ladder, you can get into any office building anywhere and rob stuff because you could just say, "Oh no, I'm here to like do the maintenance, bro." And they're like, "Okay, just carrying a ladder anywhere." Like they've done studies on that, and like you could get into a lot of places. No, I mean, what the thing is though, these guys aren't bright, and it's so ironic because they're like, "No, you're stupid." It's like you wore a suit to simp Natalie, a purple suit. You bought a purple suit to simp Natalie. It's like that's not a suit. That's a tie and a shirt. Like how?
Also known as a suit.
Well, okay, I guess this is a serious question, though. It's partly a meme. It's also partly serious. You know how, like, people will unironically ask you, what is that? If you show them cursive writing, because, like, they don't know what cursive is. No, I know. See, that's how you can tell a true grammar Nazi. Like, Reece and I are grammar Nazis, you know? We're not just, like, a little bit particular about our grammar. We're actually big on punctuation and spelling and all that crap.
Oh, it pisses me off. Pisses me off all the time.
And so when people don't know cursive, it's like I taught myself cursive, you know, but a lot of people don't even know how to do cursive.
What is that? Latin?
What's that? No, so here's the thing, and you might say, well, it's because nobody really handwrites anymore. Everything's online, and so all the Zoomers don't know it. But here's a serious question: are suits the new cursive? Are people like, what's that? Like because they thought a shirt. Obviously a shirt and a tie was a suit.
Reject modernity, embrace tradition, and like modernity's hot topic and tradition's just like a classic 50s guy in a suit and fedora.
Oh man. Chris says Langley is getting pretty cheap. $500 only. Kevin, get in on the imperialism, bruh.
That would be colonialism, sir.
It would be imperialist, colonialist ghoulery is the technical term that they teach you in political science. No,
ghoulism.
I know some people accuse me of getting paid by the CIA. I'm still waiting on the check. Langley can send me Bitcoin whenever they want. My Bitcoin address is in the description below. So, but in the meantime, no, Mycroft is the spook here, the ghoul, because the CIA, they haven't paid up. Same with George Soros and Mossad. But
Yeah,
Mycroft,
they're
I guess he's the deep state now. So the real deep state. So
all those guys are cheap bastards. Mycroft's where it's at.
I love this. Don't do it for free, Kevin. As if like all the China apologists don't get paid. Like like Jason and Rue, all these guys. Like you'd have to get paid. It's like we were saying earlier, Reece. You'd have to be a paid agent to advocate for freedom. Like, oh man, ears. No, that's right.
I don't get paid to do this show. I do it because it's funny.
Minecraft says, imagine a person on the internet that was just trying to piss you off. Ears.
It worked.
Yeah, no. Minecraft was one of the first people I remember to do the ears meme, actually. So, because that's where I remember. No. My first experience with Minecraft was like, dude, look at his ears. Back when I did like the Nick Fuentes videos. So, like, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Let's see. Oh man. Yeah.
Anyway, we should probably we're holding back the pain, but it's inevitable that it's going to continue here.
I mean, it's Rand Paul. Like, I've known people who are actually fans of Rand Paul. Rand Paul would run America into the ground. Like, and he wouldn't just run America into the ground. He'd run the entire Western Project into the ground if he was president. Like, seriously, think about how much damage Trump did and consider the fact that he still took the Pentagon's advice on a lot of stuff. Rand Paul wouldn't take the Pentagon's advice on anything. Like, he'd be like a Bernie Sanders, but right wing. It would be a shit show.
He would be a dedicated, isolationist, non-interventionist. Trump was, an opportunistic isolationist. But when he thought that the tables were turning in the other direction, he would just go for that.
Like he would make Trump look like George W. Bush. That's actually what would happen.
Every time I see Rand Paul, I think of this meme I saw a couple of years ago where it was, and this was on Facebook. That tells you how long ago this was. But it was for the, it was actually for the 2016 election. And it said, in an alternate universe with ethical candidates. And on the left was Bernie, and on the right was Rand Paul. I was just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me,
but
man.
Like, imagine that actually happened, because I like in my Patreon pitch, I talk about how we live in the era of cringe and therefore support this channel so we can cut through the cringe. What would happen? What would I have to call it if we had that? Now, what would that be? The era of double cringe, triple cringe? Because they would make Trump and Biden look like war hawks, unironically.
Oh yeah, no, that would have been a shit show
ever for the militia thing. Like, Iran would still be killing U.S. troops in the Middle East, and they wouldn't do shit. That's insane, dude. No, it's insane. But we got a comment from W.R. Winter. You guysy are dumb. Spelling is Ireland.
Glad we established that.
Yeah, you guysy are dumb.
Well, man, you didn't have to put it so harshly.
Yeah, no, Andrew says, if you look at just how many hours of content Kevin puts out, he earned every cent of that 500, not to mention the prep work involved. Yeah, no, there's a lot of work that goes into the channel and everything, for sure. But there are also a lot of other people who do it and nobody compensates them. Like Alien Millsrow, for example. He puts work into his show, and yet not too many people actually wind up watching that stuff. So, like,
that went in a direction I wasn't expecting.
I know. I'm just saying, like, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and I definitely appreciate the compensation and everything. But it's like, at the same time, as I've said before, this is one of the few channels under 1,000 subs where people actually get it and do, to some extent, try to financially support me, which I appreciate, because I can tell you this, there wouldn't be daily double videos if I wasn't getting compensated to do this. It gets exhausting, honestly. And like, the making of the content, like, once you get in the swing of things, it's okay. But what you don't see are all the haters and traitors I have to put up with too. So, Reece could speak to that. It's not just about the effort that goes into making stuff. It's about oh, now we have to deal with the brainlet brigades as they watch this shit, you know?
No way, man! You're insane.
I like this. Based Surfer makes more money than you. I've never heard of him, but like PewDiePie makes more money than me. Like, okay.
No. Kevin literally claimed he's the number one earner on YouTube.
On YouTube, that's insanity. Like,
No
Vosh,
one can stand against him.
Vosh makes more money than me, which is funny because he's a communist. But like, by the way,
I guess Vosh wins.
Reece, did you ever hear about? I forget which Twitch streamer it was, but one of these socialist Twitch streamers netted $600,000+ last year. And as they were filing their taxes, they did a stream and they were complaining about how it was ridiculous how much of their money went to taxes. Yet a lot of their political content was focused on like eat the rich and all that kind of thing. It's like it's just the amount of cognitive dissonance that goes into that, right? I mean, because now sure, you'd say, oh, and they might say, oh, well, Ben Shapiro makes more than me. That's one of the arguments. Like I've actually argued with like BreadTube type people who would say, well, Candace Owens makes a lot more money. But here's the thing: Candace Owens is not advocating for communism. Like, there's a little bit of like, I don't even like Candace Owens, but you can't call her a hypocrite. But you can call the BreadTubers a hypocrite on that. Like, you could call her an Uncle Tom, all that other kind of stuff. But I've never heard her advocate for raising taxes before. But these guys, like, it's just it goes to show you how. At that point, could you even say it's a grift? It almost feels like they're too dumb to even know how to grift, you know? Like
a brief moment of, wealth pilled, cognition being shown there. But
then you think, are they going to change their rhetoric now and become
no.
They're going to double down because they want to make more money. It's like, oh, okay. Chris Morlock says, please do not associate Vosh with communism. He is a type of communism. He would say you guys are fascists, and you guys would say he's not a communist. But the reality is, you guys are both different types of communists.
No, he's just an ANCOM.
Yeah, but that is a form of communism. So,
not anymore. Anyway. It's been kicked out of the tribe.
Yeah, no. But yeah, no, absolutely. I do want to say though again. Yeah, no, thanks to Mycroft for the donation. Like I said, I've talked with Mycroft like off and on now and then for like a long time. Yeah, I appreciate it. And it is kind of cool because like a lot of the supporters and everything of the channel, people that tip the channel and everything, they tend to be people that will have disagreements and stuff, but for the most part, we'll agree on a lot of stuff. Mycroft and I have had like some pretty serious disagreements in the past. So that's kind of cool. So I appreciate it. He can respect the content production, even if we don't see eye to eye on a ton of stuff. So, but yeah, we can get back to the Rand Paul intro.
the Rand Paul.
And by the way, oh yeah, anytime, bud. No, thanks. Let's get back to Rand Paul.
But when I think about warm and I think about trying to
warm. Like Hot Pockets are warm. Did he say warm?
I couldn't tell.
Warm. Like when I think about warm, I think of like, burning coal that China refused to allow to be brought in despite Australia, in
the Navy, a couple other nephews who were enlisted, several officers, a brother-in-law that went to the Air Force Academy. But when I think about warm and I think of
No, he said warm.
He did. You're right.
Warm.
When I think about warm.
Oh my God. That's the new meme. So there's the Virgin war bad. And then there's the Chad warm bad. This is like the next level. Oh,
this is what living in Kentucky does to you. It's over.
Warm mad, man.
When I think about warm,
it's like he's dying of thirst in Death Valley. He's like warm bad. Warm bad? Really, Rand?
Warm. When I think about warm,
It's kind of like a wormhole, black hole vortex thing, right? Like it's almost like the way he says it. He says, but he almost sounds like worm. It's like warm, but worm. It's like,
about trying to make these difficult decisions, I think about family members and I think about individuals. And I think part of the mistakes we make when thinking about foreign policy or war is that we think about it sort of as a giant chess game or a geopolitical game of sorts. Or
no, that's the problem. Is people think of it like sports. They take the morality out of it and say, "Oh, our state interest, your state interest." That was what McCarthyist, Machiavellian imperialist famously did. Was like, "Oh, it's just state interest, bro." Alex R had that attitude.
That's just preposterous. Like man, they just treat it like a game. Like, what are you talking? I mean, like, you don't take it seriously. Clearly, this is a guy who constantly downplays national security threats, global stability threats. That was just a game, not a real issue knocking on our door. No. Everybody treats it like a giant chess game. The implication there is that if anyone wants to discuss strategy or national interests or national security, they treat it like a game. They treat foreign policy like a game. And they don't care. They just like to throw soldiers into the meat grinder, like a bunch of Captain Planet villains. No sympathy
Captain
whatsoever.
Planet villains. That's exactly it. I find that that's the running theme on this show, Reece, is that our opponents have the most caricatured straw man conception of like, that's why it's titled Ghoul Gang Rising. They really think we're like ghouls, you know?
You're a bunch of ghouls. Yeah, and it's not even us, but they kind of lump us in with these, the people who actually call the shots.
It's kind of incredible. It's actually kind of incredible. I mean, wow.
Well, you better start thinking about warm a little bit harder then.
I guess I gotta start thinking about warm, bro. Warm.
And next we'll think about cold.
I guess we'll have to think about cold. That's right, at some point, for sure. I mean,
they're yin and yang.
What a mess. Oh, and by the way, just so that we're everybody knows, this is kind of a longer clip. So
we're not watching the whole thing.
I thought you wanted to take a long dunk session on Rand. Okay.
This has already been painful enough.
No, I know it's already bad. But we did get a meme out of it. Warm bad. That's a new meme. Think about the cold warm. No, that's a banger. No, that's a banger. Okay, wait, stop. No. The audience of this chat has had some absolute bangers just in the last 2 days. Just the last 2 days. Because if you will recall, if you were here yesterday, Dr. Zayas coined an absolute banger that we looked into and confirmed is his intellectual property. Nobody else thought of this before. You've heard of Baked Alaska, right? Capitol riots, dude, that kind of stuff. But get ready for Baked Alexa. It's so good. It's so good. We were talking about Farfur. I shoot. He's Baked Alexa, man. He got martyred by the IDF trying to lob rockets into Israel.
Poor Farfur.
Now the Cold Warm. Think about the Cold War, man. Back in my day, during the Cold War, it's like
looks like we got a new Cold Worm rising up here.
I shoot. Yes. He does the hands emoji. He gets it. No. He said it. No, that's so good.
Genius.
Not really thinking about the individuals who actually have to fight the war. So to me,
the worm, he did it again.
What?
No.
No.
You'll remember when he said no. So get this. He said war 3 times so far. The first time he said war, he said warm with an M. The second time he said war with no M, and then the third time he said war with an M. So like, is he not sure if it's war or warm? So he's just alternating, so he at least gets 50% of them right.
That's it's not what I was expecting from this clip, to be honest with you.
No, that derailed everything. See, this is part of the reason why grammar and stuff actually does matter, because if you screw that up, you derail everything that you're trying to get across seriously. You know what I'm saying?
You know, the ghouls in power, they don't think about the human cost of the worm.
Yeah, no, the libertarians are useless. See, well, that's one of the things that Mycroft and I agree on for sure. Rand is a dumpster tier. No, absolutely. And I've been dunking on Rand for a very long time. I remember I was in university and I knew like a couple people that were more libertarian and stuff, and like they did not like the fact that I wasn't a fan of Rand. You know, like
what? How is that possible?
Like after I came out as a hawk in 4th year, people were pissed, right? Like people are like you basically. How can you be a hawk? That's like the most cucked thing you could be. And I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, I can't think of anything more cucked than letting the communists and the fascists and the terrorists and everybody else take over the world. Like, I mean, the funny thing is here he's talking about, you know, like sacrifice and all this kind of stuff and everything. He's like, what about all the millions of people who sacrificed to get to a world that we have today that he's just going to throw under the bus for virtue points? In like one
don't mention that. That's inconvenient.
I think there's nothing probably more important as far as my role as a legislator than in deciding, you know, and hearing the arguments about whether or not we should go to war.
So that's 3 out of 4. You went with warm. No. But if we go back, he said no. But if we go back like just a little bit, I'm gonna mark it 136. But I know if we go back around this point, he says war.
Sort of as a giant chess game or a geopolitical game of sorts or a strategy, and not really thinking about the individuals who actually have to fight the war. So I think about individuals, and I think part of the mistakes we make when thinking about foreign policy or war is that we think.
No. He got it right for once. We'll go back to 136. Just give him every bit of a doubt. He is capable of saying war. He's just not capable of saying it very often.
1 out of 4 times.
1 out of 4.
You know, audience
no,
at home.
Not 1 out of 4. Not 1 out of 4, Reece. 1 out of form.
1 out of 4.
right? No. See, it's the meme that keeps on spawning. Wait, spamming?
Spamming. we're not going to be able. We're not going to be able to speak after this.
It's infectious. What is this? Okay, spawning new memes or memes. I guess
memes. Audience at home.
Like my memes, man. My memes.
Well, you're Canadian, so obviously they're memes. But you know whatever.
Memes. Yeah. Give me the memes.
My mem. People watching. Help us keep count. This is gonna be like a little game.
So good.
We're gonna keep count of how many times he gets it right and how many times he gets it wrong.
I know, Reece. When you saw this video, you probably didn't think that this was gonna turn into counting how many times he says the M in war.
No, I didn't even watch this. I just saw the channel and I was like, "Oh, that's hilarious. We have to watch that."
Like, but he's the one guy. He's the one guy in the world where if you were to ask him how many M's are there in the word war, he would have to think about if it's 1 or 2. Everybody else would say 0, but to him, it's like warm.
They haven't considered the human cost of the worm.
Worm. Yeah, he would say, well, no, everybody just thinks it's a silent M. Like, there's no M there, dude. What is that?
Whether or not we should go to war. And I really...
Bro. What do you even say?
What do you even say?
I think it's a terrible lapse and a terrible, problem that Congress just
Problem. Okay, well, there's an M in that. He's right. He pronounced the M there. Imagine if he just said probla. Like
Probla. Wait a minute. That's where he got the M.
Yeah, because you have to ask, like, it's like accounting, right? Like everything's got a balance. It's like if you're gonna say warm for war, you got to take the M from somewhere. So I guess we'll have to do problem,
as all things should be.
Balance as all things should be. Balanced as all things with the M. Oh, actually, that's pretty clever. There is an M in war. It's the W upside down. No, this is so good. No. I mean, Paul's saying, bro, this is getting ridiculous. This often happens on the show, by the way. By the way, America First Talk, Cringe Castly. Dude, okay, I'm going to give my haters a little bit of advice right now. Dylan Meisner was the first to do Cringe Castly, and it was lame when he did it, but at least it was original then. You guys are like on the 4th or 5th generation of different groups that have used that against me. It's not potent. If you want a potent insult for me, you should call me Ghastly Castly. Now, I came up with it. I wish it serves you well in your self-righteous rage against me, but it'll serve you better than Cringe Castly. Everybody thinks that's a joke. So do better.
Do better.
No. Do better.
Do better. Oh my.
So if I ever interview Rand, the first question I'm asking him, not going to be about Putin, not going to be about Kim, just going to be like, so what's up with the M's? And he's going to be like, the M's? I'm like, yeah, warm. Like the cold warm? What's up with that?
Doesn't even address these problems. It's not that somehow we're having a debate and I think we shouldn't go to war and other people think we should go to war. No, it's just
two right ones.
2 right ones, 4 wrong ones, 1 right one earlier. I think he's at 3 to 4 right now.
All right.
3 out of 7.
Bringing up that ratio.
He's still not in the majority yet, but wow. Wow.
He's made it utterly impossible to actually focus on the content of what he's saying.
Hebrew Castly. See, I'm not Hebrew, but that would be kind of base. Hebrew would be a cool language to know how to speak. It looks complicated, but
no debate occurs at all. So as you know, we voted in 2001, 20 years ago, to go to war in Afghanistan or to go to war against those who attacked us on 9/11 or.
So that's 5.
He said that there was no debate. There's no debate over whether or not we go to war. Well, then, if that's the case, why haven't we formally declared any kind of, like, we're not going to any new wars. You literally had to go back 20 years.
No, you're wrong. It's 7 wars. There's like Niger that you got Yemen, man.
Yeah.
You have a U.S. Base in Guantanamo Bay. That's like a war, man.
Not really.
Korea, that's what Kyle would say.
Those aren't wars. I mean, Rand Paul would call them wars too, but that's.
I heard there's a U.S. base in Germany, so like another war, man.
Yeah, we're still, there's a rising Fourth Reich, and we're dealing with it. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that world.
The WMD meme. Just watch. Yeah.
Bro. This is like, how can he even say that though? There's no debate. Like, and he's saying that in reference to 2001. Was there really going to be that much dissent? Were there really going to be that many American representatives who said, "Oh, we got attacked. We shouldn't do anything about it though." We were we were directly attacked on our home soil. And he expects there to be like some vibrant debate over whether anything's done about that.
The ears brewcast. Bland Paul. 7 wars. Oh man. Yeah, no, you know Hawes. Just before we get back to the video, I'll never forget. He looks like a Benedict Cumberbatch looking fucker with like a big stupid ears. That has to be my favorite description of me, probably.
Oh no, that was classic.
Like it was a classic because he didn't know it was a meme, right? He didn't know the whole ears thing. That was just him unironically doing the meme, you know? Like that time when I said the Salt and Skinny. Yeah. I basically said, you know, the Salt and Skinny. I'm like, you're doing the memes right now. And he's like, what memes? I don't know about any memes. Because he was doing the war bad stuff.
Who aided and abetted those who attacked us on
I don't
9/11.
I don't want it posting L's page. I don't want it.
Yeah, no. He said no, thank you, because
no, thank you.
Because somebody was like, there should be an Alex posting his L's page, and Alex is like, what's that? And they're like, it's where they post your L's. And he's like, no, thank you, I don't want one.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
And he basically made it inevitable that was going to be the first L.
We put your picture in the dictionary under Anglo, Kevin.
This is the enemy. This is the Anglo.
The Anglo box. Anglo Castley. Anglo Castley and Wyoming Reece. Getting
finally
spooky.
The grand Anglo reunion that everyone's been waiting for.
Anglo in chat. Yeah.
Yet, without any other vote in Congress in 20
Anglo
years, they've now used that proclamation to justify war in maybe 20 countries. So I think it is high time that we redebate whether or not we should be at war. I supported President.
No. So he's just over half now. He's at, I think he had 8 that he said properly, and he's at 6 that he screwed up on.
Way too many screw-ups.
Way too many screw-ups. Like, it'd be weird if it was 2. But, wow, dude. And it's almost like he doesn't know.
Trump bringing troops out of Afghanistan, and I support President Biden. I think it's actually one area where we ought to be able to get.
Of course it is. This is the same shit that happened when I was on the Hippy Dippy Round Table last month. I made some war hockey points about Afghanistan, and then they're all like, look at this stupid war hawk over here. Joe Lewis is like, even this like chud Rob Noor that I agree with on basically nothing, even we agree that we don't like the war hawks. I'm like, yeah, we talk about that all the time. That's not remarkable. That's not impressive.
It's called like horseshoe theory.
Horseshoe theory, yeah. It's like horseshoe theory confirmed. It's like it's like a commie and a fascist getting together and being like, we hate each other, but like even we agree that you liberals are bad. It's like, yeah, we know. That's not impressive. Like,
what a stunning revelation.
Oh my god.
And so I guess on the content of this, he's complaining. He's complaining about the 2001 authorization. That could make it possible for us to have troops in 20 countries. Yes. Yes. That was the point. The point.
I mean, what if 20 countries attack you, dude? He would say, no, we have to go have a vote on each one, man. We have to like get all the Congress people together and stuff. Like, no, I mean, the authorization for the use of military force is called pragmatism. Like, the most lame thing in the world is you just got attacked, especially in modern warfare. And now you have to get all Congress together and decide if you're going to declare war or not. I got news. Terrorists and stuff these days, they don't like issue a formal declaration of war. It's not like they're going to like write you up an email or anything and be like, we are declaring war upon you. They just do it. So why not?
Yeah, no, like that. You know, we could talk about the Constitution and the legality of that, but that is a holdover. Like that is a severely outdated section of the document.
It was from a time when if Britain wanted to go to war with America, it would take them a couple weeks to get their ships in range of American ports. Like, what do you even say to the brainlets that think that an antiquated procedure, antiquated protocol should be in place in an era, not just of modern warfare like 50 years ago, which would have been ridiculous enough, but of asymmetric warfare, where they do all kinds of dirty shit and sneaky shit that makes what Japan
the
did.
dirty war on Syria.
Actually, it's warm, Reece.
The dirty warm. See, that just sounds nasty.
I know, right?
But you know, in regards to the point about modern warfare, it's like he's complaining about my 20 countries, and it's like, well, yeah, you know, it would be like it'd be like if you were tracking down criminals and you had some like totally ineffective justice system where they could just jump between jurisdictions, and you only had local officers tracking them. Well, gotta go ring up, you know, the other department. Like, no. We weren't really at war with a country. We're obviously at war with the Taliban because they were working with Al Qaeda and they were the government of Afghanistan at the time. But Al Qaeda wasn't a government. They were located all around the world. So obviously, we shouldn't have to be like, well, do we need to go to Congress again and get more permission? Do we need another hall monitor slip from Congress to go do this? You know what that's called? That's called useless bureaucracy. That's what that's called. And time wasting.
Oh my God.
And he's bitching about that.
This is the problem with libertarians, is that all that they have is their theory and dogma and principles to fall back on. They don't know how to behave in the real world. Which is funny because they call us idealists. They call the Hawks idealist utopians that would just want to get people killed in the name of their pie in the sky chess games and shit. These guys, I find it preposterous that we have a libertarian who is basically propping up bureaucracy. He's trying to add more restrictions. That's right, red tape.
More steps, more red tape.
More red tape. That's such a good point. The next time
this is what happens when you become what you hate, basically.
No, you're totally right. He wants there to be more red tape in place to. Now he would say, but it's not on private business. It's on the government. So we want red tape on the government, which is goofy, but whatever. But you're right. It is a form of excess bureaucracy and inefficiency that they want to introduce into the system. You're totally right about that. And
they're always going on about government waste. I can't think of a more prime example of government waste than let's go to Congress. Can we? I know we were fighting Al Qaeda, but can we fight them here too? Do we have a thumbs up?
But consider the event where you do get attacked. Everybody knows how long it takes to get Congress to convene on something. Congress is always on holiday and stuff. Even during emergencies, they're like, nah, I'm not going to show up. So this guy wants to make it take maybe a week to get around to actually fighting back. It's crazy. It's lunacy. And additionally, I want to do the meme of like, you know, that NPC bot dude where it's like, he says, he's like, well, you know, I'm against red tape and bureaucracy and stuff. And then it's like, it's me. And I'm like, oh, so you want to make it easier for the president to be able to respond to situations that require actions of war. And then it's just the NPC is just like, he goes from looking normal to like angry eyebrows, you know, like because he gets called out on a double standard. Like, what would they even say to that? That's such a good Trump move, you know, like
they have nothing.
They have no substantive arguments.
Only Kiwis.
Kiwis, man. Kiwims. I mean, that's the new meme.
Damn it.
Every time we're going to be talking about Rand dumber than Ron Paul in the near future, maybe in the light future too. We'll see. It's all going to be, problem booms and worms. And the
worms.
Oh my God. Well, no, he is a goofball, and I've called him a goofball for a long time. That's another thing. Like, people can go back. Some of the first videos I ever uploaded were making fun of the Pauls, for example. These guys are circus.
The Pauls.
Yeah, the Pauls. The
I
Rand
suppose.
Paulers, man. The Rand Paulers. They're dumb. Because everybody knows what the Rand Paulers look like. They're those dudes that, they look like they're like 300 pounds and they walk around with those flags. They're like, don't tread on me, and like Rand Paul or Ron Paul 2024. And they refer to the times that we're living in right now as the age of Ron Paul. Like,
they're the type of dudes who would hang a fake pair of nuts on the back of their truck.
That's
how
right.
You know.
That's right. Or like, with a bumper sticker that says locked and loaded.
We got a badass over here, man.
Oh yeah, man, we got badass, man.
I suppose we'll endure a few more minutes of this.
No, I actually am curious to watch the rest of it. I just want to see how many more times he says warm instead of war. Like,
is in ending some of these wars.
Ooh.
Okay, good job, Rand. Good job. Still dumb, but good job.
I'll believe when it actually happened.
Wait a minute. Ending some of these wars. What other wars? What are you talking about? This was the war.
Wait, and ending some of them, wouldn't he want to end all of them? Wait, there are wars that he theoretically supports?
No, he didn't. He didn't say that, but he's saying I guess he kind of said that. Like, we're gonna end some of these wars. But yeah, you would think he would say we should end all these wars.
Yeah, that's what he usually says.
I'm more saying like this is it. Like these guys, they're so stuck in an alternate reality. They don't understand. They're still bitching. They won. This is it. This was the one war, and it wasn't even really that much of a war anymore. So they're always going on about, that's the biggest meme of all time. They're always going on about my endless wars. There are no more wars. You're stuck in 2003, 2004. There's no more wars. What are you talking about? I wish we were involved in a few more wars at this point.
I know. That's
like, but they look at a situation where there's like an embassy or a base in another country that we're not on the greatest terms with. Oh yeah, there's a drone strike, and they're like, oh my god, we need to end the wars. And it's like, what fucking wars? What the fuck are you talking about?
They talked about Niger as a war because the Nigerian government requested the U.S. to help fight terrorists operating there, and the U.S. was like, sure. They thought of that as a war, which it's like, yeah, there's fighting, but is it really like a war? Because when people think of war, they think of like, wide scale conflict. They don't just think of like a couple strategic or surgical strikes, rather. Like, I mean, was capturing bin Laden a war on Pakistan, for example?
No, yes. Unironically, yes.
They would count it as one of the US 7 wars, Pakistan. So
happens though. I think sometimes people say it's going to happen, then they leave a few thousand troops, then something else happens, and before you know it, we're back up to 10, 20, 30,000.
See, that's why you don't leave a few thousand in if it's still a conflict zone, because then people think maybe we can strike them and get away with it. If you have a large force present to maintain the peace, like in Afghanistan, then you can actually start building a state that can protect itself in the long run. A few thousand isn't really going to deter anything. That's why even the 2,000 that are there in Afghanistan right now are just enough to maintain a strategic stalemate. That doesn't mean peace. It means they'll still kill people, but they don't feel comfortable just outright taking the capital until the U.S. is gone. So he doesn't get it, though. He really doesn't get it. And honestly, if I'm going to be real with you guys, he doesn't actually care. He'll claim to care and then say that, well, he cares. He just thinks that the lives of, American troops are worth more. The problem is the U.S. went like a year in Afghanistan without any casualties, and yet he's still against that operation. So, whatever. No, he's so full of it. Mycroft asks, what do you think of Ayn Rand, Kevboy? I have been meaning to read on Rand for a long time. Like, and then once I started talking with Kirk Wilcox, probably half a year ago or so now, I was like, no, actually, I should probably read her at some point soon because he's a big fan of her. I don't actually know too much about her worldview. What do you think of on-ramp? And Reece, what do you think of on-ramp?
I'm not the most versed either. I have kind of a basic idea. It's, kind of a, obviously libertarianism based on talking to Kirk, because he's like a determinist.
Objectivist.
Yeah, an objectivist. That's it. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I agree with parts of what he was saying and disagreed with others. Although I will say he did kind of pill me on lockdowns a little bit. I think so.
Oh, really?
At least to the extent that when it came to a lot of businesses, excluding maybe some of the more frequented venues and ballparks and things like that, I think they could have, largely had a better way of handling the unspecified phenomenon. That
oh
struck the
yeah,
world.
we can't talk about that. But yeah, no, that's the thing is that there's been a lot of controversy about the lockdowns, and some people have regarded the lockdowns as government overreach or tyranny and whatnot. Liberty lockdown is a good example of that. But at the same time, there's a huge issue where, at least in Canada, there's been this application where outdoor gatherings have been almost equally prevented as indoor gatherings, even though outdoor, what would you call it? Transference. I know that's not the technical term, but I don't want to say the actual term, which has an M in it, because that might get picked up by the YouTube gods, and then they might shut the video down. If I say the one
Plus, if it has an M, Rand might be, he might come watch.
Basically, think of the T in LGBT, and then think of mission. That word.
Yeah. I gotcha.
But
I gotcha.
But basically, yeah, no, it's kind of an issue because it doesn't really spread outdoors very well. But and that's where there have been arguments to be made that, well, the government is excessive in their overreach by limiting outdoor gatherings. But what do you make of that? Like, because people can get arrested for like having like outdoor sports events or like church services, that kind of stuff. Even though,
I mean that's still pretty ridiculous. Like, I'm not that far, and I think that I've always been critical of the hypocrisy because even during the bulk of the worst year of it, there were many outdoor gatherings, many outdoor protests, and very, very little done to actually dissuade that. So I'm not for that. I think it was more just on the business side of saying you didn't have to go, now granted, they weren't entirely sure, especially early on, of, everything that the unspecified problem entailed. But I love how we can't even talk about it.
No. We like, by the way, it's not even like a meme or anything. We actually can't, because like this is like a part-time job for me, and I want to keep my channel around. So,
yeah, there you go. That's like, no, I get it. I just think that there could have been, now people would have complained, I'm sure. You really had to have a firm idea of enforcing some level of standard, some level of social distancing, some level of enforced mask wearing, and it would have sucked, and a lot of people would have complained. But it's better than not being in business at all. And at this point, even though we're still very much dealing with it, a lot of businesses don't care. They don't care at all. And quite frankly, they never did. But no, I think they could have handled that a little bit better. But hindsight's 2020.
No, for sure. I will get back to the video, but Paul's got a question here. He says, imagine if nuclear first strike against the West happens. And he's like, no. We need to declare war first. Get the Congress. The thing is, he would do that. Now, would that actually happen? No, at least not right now. The U.S. would probably respond within minutes. But he'd get in trouble later on because he'd be complaining about how Congress wasn't consulted first. Say like North Korea nuked 3 U.S. cities. and the US responded, and like he survived. Like they took out like Denver and like San Francisco and Anchorage, and Rand Paul's over there in DC bitching about how the US responded immediately. He would actually make that argument. I actually think he would. I think he'd get for that. Like there'd be like 8 million Americans dead, and he would be like, they should. I'm not saying that the US shouldn't have retaliated. It's just on principle. My constitution should have gone through Congress first.
It was unconstitutional.
Dude, can you imagine, by the way, when they were drafting the Constitution, how they might have written it a little bit differently if they knew what an ICBM was?
Yeah.
It was inconceivable to them, the idea that you could get a very high yield. Like think about this. Just the yield of a nuclear explosion was inconceivable to them. But like even just the idea that you could get even just high explosives from North Korea to California in 30 minutes or 45 minutes would be insane. They didn't even have maps of that area. But like the speed of war changed, but the speed of government's response can't. That's his argument. No, he is dumber than Jake Paul, and he's dumber than Ron Paul. He is the runt, right? He's runt Rand.
Guys, this is the sound of Kevin getting anti-originalism pilled, and it's epic.
Well, I mean,
it's so epic.
I've spoken in some ways favorably of originalism in the past before, but I don't know. Like I've said before, I'm not fixed on my politics. Like people were asking me, when am I going to do a political compass test? I did a week's streams, like 7 days in a row of political compass shit. I think it was like back in August or September, but that's almost a year ago now. I was planning on doing it again once I hit 1,000 subs. But if people want me to like dedicate a week to doing like 700 political compass questions, I can do that too. Because my politics have probably changed a little bit since a year ago. So, but I'm not sure necessarily how. I would say on that for sure, to some extent there. I would also say, what else have I changed a little bit on? Hard to think of it right now. But what about you, Reece? Have any of your political positions really changed at all in the last year?
Not really. I don't think so. No, except for that little lockdown thing. But I don't think that would really even register on maybe I'd be a little bit more libertarian. Still very much on the left. But unless it was some bullshit test that took support for the military answers as authoritarian, which they often do. You know, that's some horseshit right there.
No, I am looking forward to it. And I might do it sooner. It really depends if people want me to do it or not, because there's a lot of news stories to cover and everything, and drama and all the usual stuff and debates and all that other stuff, you know. Because the political test that I'm talking about, 9 axes, is actually like almost 700 questions. But that result is worthwhile. Taking a stream to do a 40 question test isn't really worth it, because what are 40 questions going to determine? Like, that's a meme, right? Mm-hmm. But 9 different axes of data to position you on is actually pretty good. And that one does take foreign policy into account. So, and it looks into, you know, it looks into things like religiosity versus like secularism, that kind of stuff too. It's pretty fun. I think that's one, you know, I guess that would be the one area where my positions have kind of changed a little bit, is more away from, I guess, the American brand of secularism, more in favor of, I guess, the French brand of secularism. In other words, freedom from religion, you know, but there's a term for it. Yeah. But I'm not a fan of French.
The based French.
But like that's the problem. It's like domestically, France can be pretty good, but their foreign policy sucks. Like,
oh no, that's true.
Saddam Hussein, the Soviet Union, all their like imperialism in Africa and all this bullshit. It's like, it's funny to me how like people accuse America of being like this neo-colonial empire and everything and all this kind of shit. But it's like some of the countries that actually do that kind of stuff are China, Russia, and France in Central Africa and North Africa. But they get a pass. America's always the blame.
They're not Anglo enough.
Not Anglo enough. That's right. No, Anglo's spooky, right? It's a spooky box, bro. Brunch with French toast.
The only true brunch.
We could get back to the video. By the way, we'll go to an intermission after this video's done. Rand has been way more funny than I thought he would be tonight. So.
Yes.
Some troops again. So I'm a big believer that we should declare victory. We should declare victory. We did win. We defeated.
No. Hold up.
I'm a big fan that we should declare victory.
Hold up. Biden didn't surrender to the Taliban. He said he won and then left. No. When we oh my God, I did not think he would go in that direction. Usually these people say just get out, it's not worth it. But they at least admit that you're retreating. He wants to brand surrender as victory. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, how can you, like, you can't even make this up. Like, what am I supposed to do with this, Rand? Like, you're dropping the ball, bro. Here's the thing, right? When we say end the wars by winning them, end the endless wars by winning them, we don't mean, oh, let's just say we won and leave. We mean actually win. In other words, you can't declare victory until the conditions on the ground merit determination of victory.
Subjective victory, bro.
Unbelievable. It's like that meme of like, everybody just laughing at somebody. And you're just like, you guys are laughing with me. It's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. It's
we did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
No, it's like an Office episode where it's like, you're fired, and it's like, oh no, I quit. It's like, okay, but you're fired.
For real though,
that's what it is. No, that's what it is. It's like, you can't fire me. I quit. Come on, dude. And like, he has great. Like, how old is this guy? He's like a man-child, man.
Logan Paul's looking smarter today.
No, well, I already said Logan Paul's at the top of it. Jake Paul's dumber than him. Ron Paul is dumber than him. And then way down we got Rand.
Victory has been declared.
No, he's the kind of guy. Japan does Pearl Harbor. Day after December 8th, comes out and says, actually, we're not going to retaliate because we declare victory. Dude,
that's not a day that will live in infamy. That is a day of victory.
No, that was the day of victory. That day will live in victory, man, because we can't fight the war because people might die. And then they're like, people are already dead, dude. He's like, well, more people might die. And of course, he might say, well, yeah, that would have saved a lot of people from dying because hundreds of thousands of Americans died in the war. Here's the problem with that. Japan would have attacked again then. Duh. If you sense weakness, you're going to strike. That's why Putin took Ukraine when Obama was in charge. That's why he took Georgia. That's why he took Syria. Because he knew Obama wouldn't do shit about it. If he knew Obama would, he wouldn't have done it. That's called peace through strength. This guy wants war through weakness. Oh, actually, that should be a new line. Has anybody said that before? I'm sure somebody has. But like, think about it, because peace through strength is real. If you want actual peace, you have to show your enemy that you're willing to do war. But this guy, he wants to guarantee war by being weak, because that's what happens. Look at Obama, for example. There were 3 wars that came out of that. Syria, Georgia, and Ukraine because of his weakness. They wouldn't have. Nobody thinks that would have happened if he was like some badass Rambo type dude who's like, "Oh, you screw around, I'll destroy you." Those countries would be free. So,
see, it doesn't matter though how many wars start on President Paul's watch because he'll declare victory on all.
oh yeah, victory. Like
just
I'm
a
just
line
imagining.
of V's.
I'm just imagining like the Chinese troops are literally raising the flag of the People's Republic of China in Washington after they've taken over America. And Rand Paul's there, just like, I'm so happy we declared victory the second they landed on the beaches. Now nobody has to die. And they're like, there's like the police rounding up people in the background, taking them away to camps.
I do declare a victory. We got to take this back. Let's take it back a few seconds. This is too glorious not to see it again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's glorious and victorious, man.
Happens, and before you know it, we're back up to 10, 20, 30,000 troops again. So I'm a big believer that we should declare victory.
Wait, what's wrong with that, by the way? That's not even like surge levels or anything. That's kind of
No,
like
that's spooky. It's more than 5,000. It's spooky. Even 5,000 is too spooky.
One is spooky.
Victory. We should declare victory. We did win. We defeated those who attacked us on 9/11.
Oh, come on. No, we really are going to be here all night. This is like a Kyle video, man. And we have one of those too.
I refuse to be here all night watching this garbage. This is too stupid for words.
We're 20% through the video right now.
This is too stupid for worms.
That means there are 80%ums left of the video.
We defeated even the government, the Taliban government at that time that aided and abetted them.
At the time.
At that time.
Yeah.
Dude, they're ready to take over the country again.
Yeah, he's going to neglect to mention that very conveniently. Of course.
Come on. He's like a used car salesman. Like a shady used car salesman.
I wonder if other extremists would feel emboldened to attack America if they knew they had a nationwide safe haven.
I wonder why. Maybe. Let's just declare victory, man.
I mean, hey, we did it. All those guys. You know what he should have said? He should have said, actually, if you think about it, all the guys who hijacked the plane, they died on 9/11. So justice is served. We got those who came for us, and victory is assured. Really? Why not? Why not go that far?
What an absolute mess, dude. Holy shit.
But really, that war has been over probably for 18 to 19 years now.
Oh, come on. Oh my god.
There's a little bit of truth in that statement.
Like, what do you even say to that, though? That's defeatism. That's defeatism right there. Oh, well, the war's already over. We already lost, man. So let's just declare victory, man. So, like, you know what that's called? That's called low energy.
Low stamina. There's a little grain of truth in there, though, because basically, for about 18 years or so, we stopped treating it like a war. We stopped treating it like a war. Now, actually, we'll say 10 years. We'll say 10 years ago, or thereabout, we stopped treating it like a real war, and we treated it more like.
Yeah, it was after Obama drew down the surge in 2012, 2013. So.
Yeah, right about there. That's a good even number. So yeah, basically since that point, it was treated more like a series of military exercises than anything else. The problem there is that the threat of Afghanistan returning to the original state in which, from when we entered it, was always looming and is especially looming now. He's not going to mention that, though, because then, again, there's so much said by what's left out. There's so much lost in that omission. Because if you actually told people that, if you actually explain that to people, a lot of people are going to say, well, maybe we should stay. That's the inevitable answer that a good amount of people are gonna come to.
No, that's actually correct.
Why are we leaving? Like, if they actually really understood the implications of what it means to leave in this situation, I truly believe that they wouldn't support it. But these guys, these absolute culture vultures, going on for years.
Hold on. Culture vulture? That's a new one. And me, I'm a boomer. I haven't heard that before.
I think I've heard it before, but I'm not remembering the context. I just like it because it rhymes.
Well, we know that baked al-Aqsa hasn't been heard before. So
that's original right there.
That's original. Somebody has to make that bot account.
These culture vultures, man, for decades have been desperate to poison the minds of Americans against their own land, against their own people, against their own national security interests. And they do that through just making people as apathetic as possible, and low energy and low stamina and low information, and just get the people to a point where they don't care and they don't question anything. And they don't actually do any amount of critical thinking outside the, well, not the Anglo box, outside the cringe box, outside the culture vulture box. That's the problem there. They're so dependent. That's why any amount of talking about this is important, because it shines a light on these issues that so many people, our opponents, would insist remain buried. Once you start talking about it, a good amount of people are going to have the common sense and empathy to actually give a shit about something, and get off their phones for one goddamn second and say, wait a minute, why are we leaving? Why are you declaring victory? What victory? What are you talking about? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's great. You stopped Osama bin Laden. Did you stop Al Qaeda? I believe Al Qaeda is still a thing. Did you stop the Taliban? Well, the government was taken out of power. Oh, no, hold on a minute. Is the Taliban still a thing? Well, I guess technically, that's very interesting. Maybe we're not done. Maybe we're not done here. Maybe there's more to be done, Rand. But no, that's the problem with it, and that's what's really bothersome to me. Is we're basically, forget about the moral dimension for a second. We're in a battle against ignorance and apathy. Those are the main sources of fuel for the opposition movement.
I know. Oh, man.
And yet, in the meantime, we've been doing something else, nation building. We
spooky.
Something else. Yeah, you know what that's called? My nation building. That's called ensuring that you don't have to deal with that shit again.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get
it. He's literally advocating for an endless war.
Yes, he's advocating for yo-yo politicking or yo-yo hawkery, where you pull out because it's virtuous, and then you have to go back in after they attack you because now that's virtuous because everybody wants blood, and then people get tired and want to go out, and then the third 9/11 happens, and then you have to go back in. Why can't we just go the route that the ghouls always wanted to do? People like Bill Kristol that have been on this. Like, Bill Kristol was basically warning about this before the wars even started. He was like, look, if you don't actually set up the conditions for them to basically look after themselves, you'll have to go back in. So to us, that's almost like common sense. It just seems obvious to us. To him, that's a foreign concept. That's as foreign to him as foreign policy. So
that's called doing something else. As in, he's trying to poison the well and say, well, that's not the reason we went in the first place. We went in to track down the people who attacked our country. And now you've got us involved in some side project, setting up a government. Like, what is this? No, this is wrong, because it's we're supposed to be doing one thing. Again, this is another trait of the haters and traitors, is they're so one track minded.
Yeah.
They seem totally incapable of pursuing multiple goals at one time. And honestly, they can barely pursue one goal at one time. They're utterly ineffective and useless.
I've been building roads and schools, and you could say, well, that's, great and a humanitarian, or you could look at it and say, well, does that detract from things that we actually need to be repairing?
Oh, come on.
I thought he was going to shock me for a second, but no.
No, of course. Well, no. It should be shocking, because this is a guy who is one of the 100 senators in a nation that has the biggest economy in the history of the world, that can more than afford to do some nation building in terror hotbeds, as well as fix potholes here. However,
I get to pull that.
America could do that right now by just diverting some funds away from different projects. But even if you say to me, right, no, we want to keep spending everything that we're doing currently, and we want to keep the status quo programs in place. Well, I guess we can't fix the potholes then. Or maybe there is a way that you could do it. Maybe you raise taxes by like 0.1%.
Yikes!
But you know what? But you know what he would call that? He would call that communism and Hitler and stuff.
Oh.
So he's against raising taxes. So but we all know what he would. You all know that he's not actually in support of maintaining any status quo programs. Now, I want to reform the welfare state. I want to do negative income tax. He wants to get rid of the safety net. Like, period. He's not even like yang pilled. He's just boom, done, gone. He also wants to pull out all the projects that basically act as anti-terrorism insurance, like having a presence in Afghanistan. It costs an average American a couple $100. It's like your and that's over 20 years. That's your anti-terrorism insurance. And he wants to end the insurance policy and then say, hey, look, you don't have your life insurance or anything anymore, or you don't have your medical insurance anymore, or you don't have your car insurance anymore, but it's okay, bro. Here's $20 a year or $10 a year. So most people wouldn't actually be happy about that. Like, if I said to you, Reece, like, look, you can still drive, but like, you no longer have car insurance, but it's okay. The money that you would have spent, it's yours. So aren't you happy? It's like, now if anything goes wrong, though, you have to pay for like potentially millions of bucks. It's like, this is the thing. How can somebody who spends so much time talking about economics not understand how insurance works? But he doesn't get it. He doesn't fucking get it. And by the way, that's taking the morality aside. This is purely looking at it from a minimizing loss due to terrorism standpoint. We already assume that he doesn't give a shit about the people in Afghanistan. But even from an American-centric point of view, he's still losing. You're still losing. By not
still posting your L's.
You're still posting your L's. Anyway, we could go through an intermission now if you want, because I feel like there's more cringe here for us to dunk on. But
yeah, no, and we honestly might just move on from this, because this just goes on for way too long.
We could skip ahead to see what they're maybe moving on to, because we know kind of where he's going here. Let's just go halfway.
He literally did the meme, though. He did the meme of sorry girls who want to go to school in Afghanistan. We can't do anything for you. We have a pothole. So have fun. We're gonna fill up my potholes.
But by the way, just a bit of a spoiler alert. I don't know if anybody's ever talked about this before. Even if you were to get rid of all the potholes in America, and even if everybody in America were to be a millionaire and there was no more homelessness and everything, he would say, well, the paint on this one building in southern Georgia is 2 years old, and we could spend the money giving it a new paint job. So let's not go in Afghanistan. In other words, there's always going to be a problem at home to distract from foreign policy considerations. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, if it's not the potholes, it would be something else and something else. Because he doesn't care. He actually doesn't care. He really doesn't care. He doesn't care about national security at all. It's embarrassing that he's a senator. He should go and work in literally any other field. He was a doctor before. I'm sure he was probably a good doctor. Why not do that and actually improve the world as opposed to what he's doing now? Same with his dad. They're both doctors. They could be making the world a better place, and instead they're doing this. Like, dude.
They've got to defend, man. They got to defend our liberties.
I like this one from Chris. Don't local councils sort out potholes? Why does the federal government meet? No, that's such a good argument because these guys hate when the feds get involved in anything. They're like states' rights, states' rights, or whatever. You know, let the states do it. Even though the military stuff comes out of federal spending, which is like, okay, whatever. Chris says, like, I'm going to march to Canberra because there's a pothole in my street.
That's how it works, man.
That's how it works. That's how it works.
They go on about my state's rights, but it's like, and so the federal government's like, okay, that's fine. Can we do the military stuff? No, you literally can't.
By the way, you know what's so
like,
crazy?
I'm the commander in chief. Can I actually exhibit, my war powers? No.
You know what makes this all worse is that these guys, a lot of these like libertarians, not ANCAPs, but more libertarian people, like more in the Ron Paul vein, not the unironic ANCAP vein. A lot of these guys would say, if you were to seriously ask them, like, okay, we get that you guys want to get rid of taxes and lower taxes and get rid of welfare and everything, but like, what should the government do? They would say that the government should basically do cops, do like firefighters and stuff, and do defense. They would say that those are like the three things, more or less, that the government should do, and everything else can be privatized. But he doesn't even want to do that. He doesn't even want the government to do defense. It's kind of insane just how radical he is, in that regard. It's like, I mean, and now they would say, oh, but how does it help American defense to be over there?
Oh.
I mean,
that's my response to that.
Let's see what they're talking about, though. We're halfway through now.
The strong man in the Middle East, they're replaced often with either chaos or no government, or ultimately with another iron fist.
So Saddam apologetics, that's cute. Okay.
But they're not often replaced with sort of Jeffersonian democracy.
Yeah, because you don't want to do an actual nation building process that would take 30 years or more.
That would be
no. By the way, we skipped forward by like 7 minutes of video, and now we're halfway through. I have a feeling everything in between, we would have had to stop it after basically every sentence.
Oh yeah. You can't do the nation building for the same reason when we did that stream on Syria and they talked about, doing regime change. They were like, it was complicated. It was too complicated.
Too complicated, man.
And I think it's a naivete that says or misunderstands that you can just transplant the ideas that evolved in both the English tradition and then the American tradition, and you can just sort of put that into a situation where.
Yeah, Mycroft says neoconservatism died when it stopped caring about values, which came from Christianity.
That's obviously a troll comment, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said before, I don't actually really care about labels very much. Like the one label that I would say would 100% accurately define me these days is liberal unilateralism. But in the context of especially Canadian politics, I would think of myself as like a neocon. But yeah. But
Christianity is not pro-democracy or liberalism, so I don't really know
what about Christian democracy? What about Orban and Putin, though, man?
such democracies. I mean, like, you know, if anything, you know, you can make a stronger case for it, you know, being in favor of colonialism, and you know that very much
or
was
monarchy.
And monarchy. I mean, the actual,
it's the king of kings, right? Like,
that's the actual tradition and history of that. But you know, neoconservatism is, you know, emerged from America. So you know, he's, you know, my English tradition. You know, what is that? You know, wasn't that a thing? Like, oh, my my English values. Oh, that's a
Anglo
meme
values.
too. Anglo values.
That's right. By the way, there was an attempt recently. Some of the streamers and stuff were talking about it. I didn't really pay much attention, but apparently some of like the Marjorie Taylor Greene people were trying to make an Anglo caucus in
That's right.
Congress.
That's what I was thinking about. Yeah, no, that was ridiculous.
The thing is, like, I know the Anglo thing is a meme, but they were ironic about it. I'm sure most of those people hadn't even heard of Hawes before. So, you know, the Congress people that were going to do that. But, you know.
I wonder what he said about it.
You know, what's funny? He probably didn't even do a stream about it. He's always streaming about like different brands of hyper communism and stuff. He probably didn't even like. Does he actually read the news? We don't even know if he actually reads the news. He's always talking about dead dudes from like 150 years ago.
He reads Reddit. So if news made it onto Reddit, he probably saw that.
Oh yeah, and I was told to go back to Reddit today. I was told that I was a Reddit bro. You know, lay Reddit.
It was the Anglo-Saxon America First Caucus.
Oh, that's right, Anglo-Saxons. Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah, Hawes he's kind of low level in that regard. He's only really concerned about the Anglos, but the Saxons are sneaking up on him.
Yeah. Oh man. No, it's like that's the thing. Is like the thing about neoconservatism is like there are like at least 3 different or not variations, but like generations of it. Like obviously, like the original generations that like, you know, people like Asuka aspire to. You know, people like Norman Podhoretz and Irving Kristol and stuff were a lot more socially conservative than newer variations. But yeah. Yeah, a lot of neocons and stuff are Christian and everything, but a lot of neocons are also secular, and so there's that too. But again, I don't even think that the label aspect of it really matters too much when it comes to foreign policy, though, because liberal unilateralism and neoconservatism are both unilateral frameworks or persuasions. Like I think it's the unilateral aspect that really matters here, which isn't really, that's not even like really even a Christian versus other religion versus anti-theist thing. That's just a matter of reality that you have to defend yourself and you have to act in your own interests. So
we were arguing in this stream, we were arguing in favor of unilateralism squared. Because not only are we saying America should go in alone if nobody else will, we're saying that those powers should be determined pretty much exclusively by the executive branch, and that people like Rand Paul should have no influence over it whatsoever.
That's right. No, that's right. That's absolutely true. So, I mean, I know we got to get back to the video, but this does raise a question before we go to intermission too. And this one's a serious one. This isn't even like a meme question or anything. How would we respond to people who would say that attitude is elitist? Because
that attitude is elitist.
I would counter by saying that the president is elected, but that once you are elected, you have that power. But that's the people that choose you. But how would you serious? How would you respond to people who would say that that's elitist because you're taking the power away from Congress? I guess.
Are they not elitists? Are they not elites?
That's a good one. That's a good response.
That'd be a very strange argument against what I'm suggesting.
Well, no, I've had people like unironically, you know, obviously MMI, but also people like Asuka who have said, Oh, well, no, all this, the hawkishness, everything, it's an elitist worldview, as well as anti-war people also agree with them and say it's an elitist worldview, which is kind of funny. It's kind of funny when those guys agree. It's almost like horseshoe theory for foreign policy, but I don't know. Some people would say that it's elitist to be in favor of intervention. I find that funny, but
that's only because there's been so much propaganda, to dissuade people from caring about this. But really, they should.
Yeah,
this is an issue that affects them just as much as anything else.
Well, that's right. See, that's the thing. I wouldn't call it populist to have average working class people die from terror attacks. So that's kind of like my response on that. But yeah. I like this one. Kevin literally got a purple suit over a woman he never met. Talk about loser. Check DMs and debate me. I mean, like I said, I got an open debate policy, so I mean, I don't know who you are, but
is the debate going to be whether or not you were wearing a suit or shirt?
No, that would be an amazing debate because you know what I would do?
Because we have video evidence.
You know what I would do? I would wear a shirt and a tie, but no suit for that debate, and I would just start off by saying like, "Hey, America First Hawk, I got to ask you." Which, by the way, it's a troll. America First Hawk. That's kind of like okay.
Press X to doubt.
Like okay, but I would just say like, "Hey, look, am I wearing a suit right now?" And then he'd be like, "He's wearing a tie." So yes. It's like artificial intelligence. It's like if tie, say yes, but very bad AI, basically just scripted almost, but still able to debate. But, yeah, how do you juggle America First and being a hawk? There's a 90% chance it's a troll. There's also a 10% chance it's one of these populists trying to brand themselves as a hawk. But,
no, that's an obvious troll, but.
Neoconservatism was a response to the 70s. It was originally created to deal with the failures of the hippie generation. No, that's true. And one of the big failures of that generation was simping for the Viet Cong. I disagree on a lot of the other social stuff, but on the war stuff, for sure, they were right about that. And I mean, we know now that the KGB actually worked with leaders in that movement to undermine the war effort in Vietnam. So that's something that they were right about.
It's never sort of existed. I think we don't give enough thought to the fact that our Republican form of government evolved from a distrust of central government that goes back to probably 1000 AD.
Okay, but they didn't have nukes back then, Rand. They didn't have terrorists back then. Back then, people fought more or less honorably, like as much as they could, given the technological constraints of the time. They would line up and they would say prayers and then they would do battle in designated areas.
He's doing a meme. This is a classic libertarian meme where they'll say, well, actually, the first Americans, they fought against big government. They fought against the monarchy. So, this is a long-standing tradition. This distrust and fear of central government, except a lot of the founders were big proponents of the federal government, and that was a big struggle during the formation of the country. And it's not like the federal government emerged powerless from those debates.
Yeah.
So what are you even talking about?
No, for sure.
Like that was the problem. The problem was they used the federal government as this almost mediator because so many of the states were obstinate, and it was such a shit show to actually get a lot of them on board and actually get them to unite. That was the real purpose of the federal government, was to. There's a reason why we live in a place called the United States, Rand. It's amazing the things you actually have to vocalize and explain. We don't just live in the random collection of 50 states. No, we live in the United States. We're actually part of one country. Oh, but my state's rights, my state's interests.
But that's statist propaganda. You're a tanky, Reece.
Okay. Fair enough. A pro-American tanky, that'd be a first.
Well, that's Trotsky, right? That's like Trotsky with the U.S. flag in the background. That's like that meme.
Ah.
Yeah.
I was told earlier that I'd make Trotsky proud, and that's really been my goal this whole time. So I like hearing that.
No, but like we know if Tronsky were to watch this stream, he would call us imperialist, capitalist, Yankee hegemonist or whatever. So, but we get accused of being Trotskyites. Like one of the first comments tonight was calling me a Trotskyite. No, they said Trotskyite. What was a Trotskyite? Which is like, okay, try to spell next time, bro. Whatever. Yeah, damn Trotskyite. You have
Trotskyite.
No,
Isn't
but
it?
like this
It's
guy,
Trotskyite.
yeah, but it's also ears, not eats. Do better. Like, dude, you have big eats. Damn Trotskyite. It's ears. It's big ears, dude.
Nope, big eats.
Like that was the thing when I did the Nick Fuentes videos, and I still do them now and then when he posts insane stuff, which he does a lot, but I can't keep up with it. The two main themes of comments are always Dumbo ears or gay video, even though they haven't seen it yet because it doesn't premiere for like 2 days. Yeah.
Gay.
I will answer one question before we get back to Rand. How do you juggle finding Voosh an entertaining guy with being a hawk? I've gone over that a lot. He's talented and entertaining. I disagree with him on everything. I don't subscribe to him. He's banned my channels. I keep up with the opinions of my enemies, and I watch him instead of Keek these days because Keek is boring and Vosh is more entertaining. So we can get back to this, or we could go to an intermission. So,
Yeah, I think we've watched enough of this. He's such a meme.
He's
And
a meme.
destroyed him.
He's a meme. Endless worms. Yeah,
that ended up being even more successful than I thought I'd be.
I mean, we didn't even talk about the content of the video for like half the time. Half of it, or a third of it, was talking about worms, cold worm, and then the other part was just Q&A from the audience. So there we go. So we'll go do intermission. We'll be back in 4 minutes. Everybody stay with us, and we've got some more brainlets to dunk on after.
Thanks. All right. Well, looks like Kevin's just getting back.
Okay. There we go.
Back in this.
Here we go. So, which brainlet should we dunk on this time?
Well, it really couldn't be avoided, could it? I have a video for you. It's titled General Paid to Push War on Fox News. Not warm, actually war.
Oh, yeah, there's no M this time. Oh, no. It's the bootlicker.
We might have to issue an alert here.
It's that time again. Y'all know who it is. It's Voosh. No, it's Crumbling Kyle. We'll have to come up with a different thing for Voosh one day, but
he would get the bootlicker alert though.
That's true. That's true. But he's not really serious enough to talk about on this show, specifically to react to videos. But here we go.
General Jack Keane is a Fox News contributor.
By the way, he looks like he almost completely shaved his lower cheek around like his jaw. But if you look above it, I don't know, maybe it's the lighting. It looks like, what did he do? Like, are you seeing how asymmetrical that is? I don't know. That's just weird. Like, what happened?
It looks a little dimmer.
I don't know. I can't tell if like he just randomly shaved away. Like, I don't know, dude. That's just weird. Okay, whatever.
General Jack Keane is a Fox News contributor, and he spoke to Maria Bartiromo. He used the Israel-Palestine crisis in order to push for war with Iran, or at the very least raising tensions with Iran. Take a look at this, and then I'll tell you a little more about this.
Very different things.
Yeah, that's a little bit different, technically.
just a little bit.
Like tensions and war, they're the same thing, right?
He may be pushing for war. He also might be pushing for tensions with Iran.
That's kind of like how the Cuban Missile Crisis was World War III. So, by the way, Kyle, I mean, I say this all the time, but I mean, imagine doing this as your job and being that bad at it, but whatever.
Joining me right now is Fox News senior strategic analyst General Jack Keane. He is also a retired four-star Army general and a Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient, the highest civilian honor. The Memorial Day weekend, sir, we thank you for your service. General, it's good to see you.
Yeah, it's great seeing you, Maria.
So what is your take on all of this? The ceasefire in place, does it last? What are your thoughts about all of the money sent to the Palestinian Authority? Have we changed course entirely in the Middle East?
Well, we're beginning to. And I said when the Biden administration came in, while it looked like they were going to move in the right direction in China, wasn't sure about Russia, but I was convinced that they had a potential for a strategic blunder in the Middle East. And that is unfolding right before our eyes, because they're failing to recognize something that former Director Radcliffe mentioned. Iran is the chief sponsor of the proxy wars that are taking place in the Middle East and of terrorism in the Middle East. So the three major organizations that were firing on Israel just recently for those 11 days, the Hezbollah, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and Hamas, who did most of it, all of them work for the Ayatollah in Iran. He sponsors them. And believe me, the attack by Hamas would not have happened if Iran did not okay it, Maria. And that is the link that has to be established. The other problem we have there is the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank under Mahmoud Abbas for 16 years has rejected all the concessions that Israel has wanted to make. That is why.
Okay. So this is a Kyle video where so far it's pretty good that we're reacting to.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
I
man.
agree with that.
It's pretty good so far. I
agree with that. I'm like Dave Rubin. I'm like, I agree with that.
I agree. Yeah, so enjoy that feeling while you have it, because it's gonna go away pretty quick.
I love this comment from Chris. A professional in his field giving his view on a geopolitical issue. The audacity!
The fucking audacity!
The fucking audacity!
Audacity.
Modacity.
That's my new album. That's my new it's my new side project. Modacity.
Modacity, that's right.
Walked away from the Palestinians. It's not that they don't care about the suffering there. It's not that they don't want the situation resolved with Israel, but it's a recognition that they have much more in common with Israel in confronting Iran, who's the major destabilizer in the region, than they have with the Palestinians in trying to resolve what appears to be an intractable situation with terrorists running Hamas in Gaza and corrupt leadership, Mahmoud Abbas, taking the donor money in the Palestinian Authority and making no progress. So the fact that we're not dealing with Iran is a major flaw by this administration. They should have been called out immediately. We should have got up from our chairs in Vienna where the deal is being negotiated, a nuclear deal, where we're attempting to revisit the original 2015 nuclear deal that so many of us feel is fundamentally flawed. We should have stopped those negotiations immediately because Iran was behind the attack on Israel. And until that attack was ended by Hamas, there's going to be no discussions. But and you just made an unbelievable point that they haven't even brought the word Iran up in any of the discussions with the American people about what has taken place for those 11 days, and also for what has taken place now with Secretary.
He's pretty pilled.
I have a tear. Like
he's pretty hot pilled. So we know that we're about to get Copin and Mopin from Kremlin Kyle. I like we do this show. I can't believe we just listened to something so intelligent. No, I know. We gotta get him on here at some point.
Like that was insane. It's like, yes, finally.
No, but we know what this is leading up to. The video's only halfway over. It's about to end on this portion, then that means that
that's the other reason for my tears.
The goblin is about to stare at us awkwardly for 10 seconds and then be like, did you just see what he said?
Yeah, man, we did. We did. Oh, no. Oh, God, no.
You know it's coming. It's not gonna be a Kyle video without any analysis from Kyle. So
Blinken in the Middle East. I can tell you this, that Prime Minister Netanyahu and his people around him gave Secretary Blinken an earful about Iran's complicit behavior here. And we have got to stop accommodating them and appeasing them because it has got us nowhere.
Well, they're not holding Iran.
That tells you how much has been. That tells you how much has been.
He sounds so based. Like everything.
It's funny because this, as far as I could tell, this video is only like a week old, but that just tells you how much is going on in Israel. When he's talking about Netanyahu, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. He's probably not going to be in power anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot happening over there.
Holding China accountable. I want to take a short break.
Yeah.
No. By the way, okay, that's a screen cap right there for the thumbnails. Okay.
Wow.
I mean, he has that emoticon effect, Kremlin Kyle. Every time you stop the screen, you're like, oh, well, there's another one for the thumbnail.
Yeah, they're not holding Iran or China accountable. They should totally hold them accountable. And by that, I mean...
Yeah, I'm with Andrew. Boo!
Boo! Ooh, get him off
Bring
screen.
the
Get him off
general
stage.
I mean, they should. What? How? We already have sanctions out the wazoo on these countries, or at least on Iran. China's a slightly different scenario because they hold a lot of our debt and we're massive trading partners with them. What do you want them to do? What do you want them to do?
Dun, dun, dun. Are you saying you want to do a regime change war?
What you want to do? Get hawk pilled.
I guess we could just do that, Kyle.
Wait.
We could just sanction them.
What was he doing?
He's getting big and strong.
He's like becoming the Hulk.
This is how he mocks the Hawks. He's like, I smashed thing. Now he's basically becoming Haas. Like
He's becoming Haas.
I smash Iran. I smash China.
I smash Anglo countries.
End up.
Yeah, no, he definitely has a big part of his lower cheek where he just shaved and then left everything. I don't know. Maybe he was rushing that day. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. Is that like a new trend with the kids? Because he's older than me. To like only shave a part of. Yeah.
It's his thing. It's it's a new thing he's trying.
It's the Kyle.
Kevin. So we just watched that clip on Fox News. Are you serious right now? This is his response. This is his analysis of.
This is his big brain response. So we just had one of the most distinguished people in America on, who gave an absolutely based and hawk pill take that like it was refreshing because we're so used to seeing people that would be called the establishment shilling for surrendering to the Taliban and stuff. And this guy comes out there and he's like, "Where are we serious? Like the problem's Iran, bro." It's like, yes, finally somebody said it. Like, and then this is Kyle's response. Kyle mad, Kyle angry.
To Iran or China. The
funny thing is he's trying to make the Hawk sound like troglodytes, Neanderthals that can't really do big thinking. The projection is palpable right now.
Yeah.
By the way, that's another screenshot for the thumbnails. I can't get over. I know we've done this like 20 or 15 times or whatever with Kyle, but it's like, what? Why? I've seen other dummies that don't do this. They don't like give insane reactions as they're speaking. I don't know. It's just weird.
Very clear, be very specific. What do you want to do? At the very least, you want to increase tensions.
Oh, General Keane went to the same school as Nicholas. Okay.
Very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, because so what, are you serious right now? Kyle's going to criticize somebody else for not being specific.
Kyle he never gets into specifics. He doesn't. He gets into buzzwords and
his policy position is end the wars.
Yeah, the sad thing is, Mycroft, he's almost at a gold play button. He's almost at 1 million subs. That's why we talk about him. Because unfortunately, he has a lot of young minds that have been brainwashed watching him.
And plus, we hate ourselves. That's another reason why.
And we hate Kyle.
All very valid reasons.
Yeah. He's so proud of that, the silver play button. I mean, it's an accomplishment. In a rational world, in a proper era, he'd have like 1,000 subs and everybody think he was a joke after 20 years of doing this or 15 years of doing this. Unfortunately, we live in the era of cringe, and so he has almost 1 million. So $13,000 a month to do this. That's insane.
You sound jealous, man. Sounds like jealousy, man.
Well, the money would be swaggy, but as I've said before, if I had to trade fan bases, I couldn't do it. I'd have to like quit. Imagine.
Oh, no, that would be heartbreaking.
I know, right? Like imagine having to go live and having like tens of thousands of his fans in the chat.
Ugh. I can barely stand it when we have one person who thinks like him.
I know. Imagine if that was all the chat. was isolationist. You'd be like, oh man, I need to find a different job. I can't do this anymore.
I would think that Haas was stream sniping us again.
That's right. The guerrilla army strikes again.
And they're very high energy. You know, Destiny said so.
Oh, no. Destiny said that his chat was more lit than Destiny's chat. And Destiny's chat had 80 times as many people on it. And that was from and Destiny even said he wasn't being sarcastic. So.
That's right.
But it sounds like you're flirting with some sort of military confrontation, at least in the case of Iran.
Okay. So if Iran blows up an Israeli ship, shoots down an American drone, kills American contractors, bombs Saudi Arabia, which they've all of that happened within the last year, by the way. That's not flirting with military action. But if
not to mention what's being talked about here, which is, you know, funneling money toward Hamas.
Yeah. I like this. Imagine how ill you have to be to advocate for nuking Pyongyang. I never advocate for nuking Pyongyang. I was talking about hitting their nuclear sites, you dumbass. But cool slander, bro.
Misrepresentation.
Try again.
My old enemy.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Now, listen, that guy, General Jack Keane, who you saw talking there, he works for the Institute for the Study of War. Sounds very official.
That sounds very official.
What? Kyle, no, he looks like a goofball. Like, that's definitely for the thumbnail. Oh man, for one of these clips. Dude.
It's astounding how night and day the clip was, and then this is.
Thank goodness this is short. We only have a couple more minutes of this. Wow.
I mean, because basically he let that whole interview play out, and now he's just going to give all his buzzwords.
Right? Well, guess what? They are described as a hawkish Washington group favoring a, quote, aggressive foreign policy.
Wait, that sounds so based and so hawk-pilled. Like, it sounds like these guys.
The Institute for the Study of War.
You know, as opposed to what Kyle does, which is the Institute for the Study of
the Grift.
Laziness. Of the Grift. That's right, the study of the Grift. Oh, man.
They think of themselves as nonpartisan. Really, they're a hawkish Washington group.
Oh, I know what Mimi's going to do. He's going to do, well, they're like, oh, we have Republicans and Democrats. But then he's going to say, but the intervention is a right-wing thing. I know he's going to do the meme.
Or he's going to say there's a bipartisan consensus on endless war.
Oh, that's another one too. Wait, so is it bipartisan consensus, or is it that it's a right-wing thing to be hawkish?
Well, he gets around that because he says the Democrats are right-wing too. See, so you always got to think of a loophole.
Yeah, well, no, it doesn't violate my internal logic. They're all right-wingers. It's like Bernie, or it's what is it like Biden? Biden would be Hitler in Europe, man. I guess that's the logic, or whatever.
I guess somehow it still counts as bipartisan, even if everyone's right-wing. But whatever.
Mycroft says he is way too proud of that award. I don't know. I don't have even 100,000 subs. I imagine a lot of work did go into it on his effort, but the problem is it's an easy grift these days, and he's got a lot of people suckered into this bubble of war bad or warm bad. So
the warm bad.
I don't know.
The plaque is
yeah.
The plaque is easily less cringe than Vosh's portrait.
Well, and it's also, and I agree. Now Vosh has both. He has the plaque and the portrait of himself. But with Kyle, it's I'll say this: the plaque is the least cringy aspect of his studio because this is just Green Goblin. You know, at least the plaque is silver. So he's displaying how mediocre he is. I mean, it. By that logic, we're not even mediocre then. So
that's we can live with that. I think.
Yeah,
that'll be fine.
And they favor an aggressive foreign policy. It is a neocon think tank.
Wait, is it actually a neocon think tank, or is he just saying that? I haven't actually really looked into it. Like ISWL.
You know, it doesn't even matter. That's what he calls everyone. They claim to be nonpartisan, though.
Institute for the Study of War, and who's involved in it? Okay, so we got Kimberly Kagan there, and
you Googled. That means you lose.
Yeah, people were talking about that. They were like showing Vosh Googling something, and they're like owned. And I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, but nobody knows everything. Like that's the least cringy thing that you could dunk on somebody for is like Googling stuff, but as opposed to talking out of their ass. But
yeah, I'd rather he Google. He might learn something.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at this group right now, or the think tank rather. It's the nonprofit organization is supported by grants and contributions from large defense contractors, including Gaytheon, General Gaynamics, and Dynacor and others. That's what they would say. You know, that's the meme, by the way. I mean, it's Gaytheon now because they support gay rights. Like, great.
Very spooky.
No, these guys like base. These guys like totally based. Absolutely.
According to Kyle, though, they're a neoconservative think tank and they promote an aggressive foreign policy.
Well, okay, let's look into the background then of Kimberly Kagan, who's the president, and see if she is a neocon. Let's see. Yeah, you can't really see anything in here.
The thing is, it literally doesn't matter because even bringing up this issue at all, you're basically a neocon in Kyle's eyes. Bringing up this issue at all. You bring up Iran, Kyle's going to be... I really hope, I actually haven't seen this video, I really hope he does like a whataboutism. Like he's like, oh, that's whataboutery. We're talking about Israel-Palestine and you bring up Iran. He basically said that at the beginning. He said they're using the Israeli-Gaza conflict to attack Iran or to call for war and rising tensions against Iran. Iran. Just another just horrendous example of a dude who runs a channel called Secular Talk simping for an Islamic theocracy. Again.
Yeah.
Again and again and again.
I can't see anything in here about her actual, like, more or less political perspective outside of military intervention. It's like, I can't tell if she's a liberal or conservative or anything. So.
She could be anything.
You know who funds them? Raytheon, General Dynamics, DynCorp.
At least he didn't say Gaytheon.
Missed opportunity.
And other defense contractors.
Yeah.
That's another thumbnail.
What's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? Of course they're going to fund them. They're in the same field.
See, he would say they fund them, so they put out pro-war stuff. The problem for him is he gets it backwards. They put out stuff that is realistic, and what you call them, the contractors support them. Like the thing is, he acts as if it's all like just basically propaganda, as if these sort of think tanks serve no practical, what would you call it? Value.
Utility.
Yeah, utility. Like these things like RAND, all these different organizations that looked into different strategies and stuff, they actually had value, and oftentimes they would get funding specifically even from the government, never mind private companies, because it turns out that experts offering analysis on things is actually worth money. So whatever. Like, are they supposed to do it for free, I guess, is the idea?
Yes.
I did this show for free for like a year, basically, but it's like, I'm sure these people as well did their early days stuff for free too. So whatever. Like, I mean,
some of us would like our intel to be well funded and our military hardware to also be well funded. But that's just me.
Again, called a grifter. He's calling me a grifter right now.
Citizen of justice. Oh man, I mean,
edgy, dude. So edgy. It's like, oh, okay, you found my Facebook. Good for you, bro. Like, you must feel
the amount of time on some people's hands is just amazing to me.
Would I take on that stash, Kev boy, if somebody paid me? I'd like to say no, but maybe for a lot of money, maybe. Depends. Because you could do a lot for the hawk pill with a lot of money. So
yeah, the stash isn't really the problem. We were more commenting on how like he shaved between the beard and his sideburns.
Well, no, his left or his right side looks pretty good from that angle. His left side looks like he missed half of it.
So in other words, this guy who they're presenting...
See, no. It does kind of look like he missed half of it. You can see what I'm talking about there. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
As an expert, is paid by the defense contractors, and he goes out there and says, oh, yeah, we should be more aggressive. We should be more hawkish. We should hold them accountable. We should maybe...
Keen doesn't need more money, probably, to do that. I would be shocked if he would change his positions on anything for whatever amount of money they'd be offering. Like, what, a couple $100,000? I'm pretty sure he's a millionaire at least.
This is their tried and true argument. It doesn't matter if you have a think tank dedicated to this issue. It doesn't matter if you have an expert who's dealt with this issue for the entirety of his career. We can just totally dismiss all of that because there was money involved at some point. Seriously? This is like their number one argument. They always fall back on this. Well, you got paid. Couldn't you? I mean, you get paid, Kyle. You get paid to do your show.
Paid. The thing that's funny is he gets paid a similar amount of money to do his show as Anthony Blinken gets paid, or Anthony Blinken gets paid.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a similar amount of money, yet he was accusing him of basically doing shit for money like a few months ago. So they make roughly the same amount of money, except Kyle probably makes more because there are probably sponsorships and shit that we don't know beyond his Patreon. So whatever.
Well, I guess everything Kyle says is not his actual opinion because he's being paid.
But that's the logic. Like, he would say, though, that the same logic doesn't apply because his is crowdsourced as opposed to a think tank. So here's the pill for him. I guess here's like what will really shock him. One day when this channel has like a similar amount of patrons, what's he going to do then? Is he going to say it's all different? Like it's the CIA and it's Mossad and it's GE and like there aren't enough military contractors to do that, you know? Like, what would he do? Or would he have to admit, oh, that's organic? Because the reality here is, I think they're both organic. I think Kyle truly believes this shit. And I think Keen also believes what he was saying. So there you go.
Yeah, we give him a benefit of the doubt. That's really the main issue there. Like, we just kind of, even if it were a total grift, it's worth addressing what he's saying because somebody believes it. At that point, he's just the face. At that point, he's just the face of ideas we disagree with.
Yeah.
Push for war. And he's getting paid by the people who profit off of war. And of course, There was nothing in the segment where Maria Bartiromo did full transparency. This guy gets paid by Raytheon and General Dynamics and DynCorp and other defense contractors. Just so you know.
Okay, but if we're interviewing you, like most people, if they're interviewing you, they're not going to mention you get paid all this money by anti-war lunatics.
Yeah. But these guys got paid. They got paid. They were doing a job, and they got paid. So therefore, everything they said, every piece of work and intel that was produced at their job, meaningless. They were paid.
So he's biased in favor of, hey, we should be aggressive. We should, escalate. We should raise tensions. We should maybe do war. He's biased in that direction. They don't say a word about it. Maria Bartiromo doesn't say a word about it. This is how corrupt. This is like the military media.
Wait, that's another thumbnail. That's another. He looks kind of like yikes.
He's going on about corruption because somebody got paid. Somebody got paid. They weren't just part of the think tank for free. They didn't just do all this national security research for free and go on the news for free. Wow. Okay then. Yeah, Iran wants war. Yeah. So again, like I truly hope, and anyone who's in our audience, you obviously get it, but look at just this utter failure to address any of the substance that was actually in that clip. This is just terrible.
No, it's
I know
bad.
I'm not shocking anyone. It's Kyle, but really, we haven't. It feels like because we didn't watch him yesterday, it feels like I haven't seen him in forever. Really.
No, I know. And the thing is, the video's almost done. Like, there's only about a minute or so left, which means he's probably not going to get to any substantive analysis at all.
Of course not.
So, in other words, this is just like 700 other videos that he uploaded on similar interviews. Repeated over again.
He was like, okay, here's my talking point. Money in politics. Go.
Yeah, he sounds like Jane Cougar. He sounds like Keek.
Oh, of course. He's an intellectual descendant of Keek.
Industrial complex. That's what this is. By the way, the point they're trying to make also is absurd. Oh, so Israel was bombing civilian targets in Gaza.
Oh, come on. Like, it feels... Okay, now it feels like I'm watching Vosh. We've gone over that. I think everybody already knows that Hamas uses civilian stuff to protect and shield their military operations. So,
are we even going to get a tertiary mention of, extremist targets, radical targets, militant targets? No,
not just civilians, bro.
Just civilians. It was a turkey hunt.
We gotta at least give him some credit. He could have just said children targets. He could have just said that, but he at least said civilians, which includes adults.
Oh, there you go.
He might next time just say, "Oh, just children's targets," and it's like it's a 17-year-old Hamas militant with an RPG in a tunnel.
Orphanage targets.
Therefore, war with Iran.
What? Oh my God, he's so stupid. It's amazing, isn't it? Like, is he going to deny the connection between the Islamic Republic of Iran and Hamas?
He's actually the Haas meme come to life. He is in fact a stupid nerd. That's what he is. He is. Like, he is a nerd. He's also super stupid. Wow,
okay,
man.
Here's the story, Kyle. Here's the real story. Hamas targets Israel with thousands of rockets over supposedly, not even really, in a political stunt, supposedly over an issue that had nothing to do with them whatsoever in East Jerusalem. Nothing to do with them at all. We know of this connection between Hamas and Iran. So what was being said by Jack Keane was, why don't we just cut the head off the snake? You know, we're so concerned about all this funding getting into Gaza. We're so concerned about this funding going to the Palestinian Authority from our current administration. Absolutely shameful. Absolutely should be condemned. Well, let's cut the head off the snake. Why are we pussyfooting around? What are we waiting for? Oh no, that sounds like a war. Not a war. Anything but that. There already is a war.
Yeah, no, the war started a long time ago.
It's happening right in front of your eyes, and he's going to literally gaslight you and deny half of the events of the war in order to make it look like a one-sided massacre. Well, I guess, I mean, really, you know, if you just listen to Kyle, if Kyle was your only news source, what you would take away from this is, we don't need to go to war with Iran. We need to go to war with Israel. I mean, look at them. They're targeting civilians. Jesus, man.
Yeah, at least we're almost done.
Thank God.
What? Because Iran backs Hamas and funds Hamas.
Well, and there's the nuke thing, and Yemen and Saudi Arabia, the attack, and the drone,
yeah,
and
many issues, many justifications.
So I don't see the connection between, oh, Israel is bombing civilian targets in Gaza, therefore the U.S. should go to war with Iran or increase tensions with Iran. I don't see that connection, not even a little bit.
Oh my God.
In his mind, it's just like, Israel good because they're our partner. And Israel doesn't like Hamas, and Hamas is linked to...
Well, actually, that was a lot. I don't even know where to start with that. Yeah.
This is one of the stupidest videos of his that we've seen in a long time.
I know.
He's so good. I don't even proof watch his videos now. I'm just like, I see the title and I'm like, there we go.
No.
That's the video.
We know it's going to be worthy of being one of the most cringe takes of the week without having to actually watch it.
So you get a literal, you know, a first reaction, and like how can you surpass expectations this low and go even lower? That's Kyle's thing. Just keeps lowering the bar. He doesn't see the connection. You don't see the connection because you have this false narrative where you're going to mention that Israel struck Gaza. You're going to somewhat mention that civilians died. You're not going to mention why those civilians died. You're not going to mention the ample warnings that they were given, time to get out of certain areas. You're not going to mention the utter cowardice and lack of honor and integrity on the part of Hamas fighters where they station themselves and where they launch their attacks from. You're not going to mention Hamas doing attacks at all. I don't see the connection. I don't see the connection between Hamas and Iran. Well, then you're stupid, and you shouldn't be talking about foreign policy. But yet you do every goddamn week. I look it up. Secular Talk. What's he talking about? Foreign policy. Way more than these other guys. Way more than Jimmy Dore. Way more than Sam Cedar. Way more than the Humanist Report. Kyle always comes back to it because it's stuck in his craw, because he's living in 2003 and Dick Cheney's rent-free in his head. What a fucking idiot. You don't see the connection? You don't see the connection. It was just fucking explained to you what the connection is. I don't see why we'd want to oppose Iran after Hamas attacks is because Iran funds Hamas, dude.
But you're missing it, Reece. The guy who just explained to him why all that was the case got paid to do it.
Oh, that's right. He got paid to do his job. What a problem. What a
By the way, the
travesty.
great irony in this is that Kyle's also getting paid. So
Yeah, he's being paid to gaslight you and twist the truth and make it appear like as ridiculous and like just implausible as possible. Like, how could look at what they're saying? They're saying they look at this one conflict and they say, well, we should do something about this other conflict. It doesn't make any sense, man. These neocons they're wacky. They're out there. You couldn't make this up. You couldn't make this up.
well, that's my response, by the way.
That's a good response. That's all you really need to say.
And it's like, see, I feel like you in this analysis on this show are more the emu up front, just like, I mean, just aghast, and you're going over all of it. And meanwhile, I'm just like there. I'm just like, I mean, what do you even say to this shit, man? The emu in the back's like, I've seen this, man. I've been here the emu
times.
in the back is just like, yeah, seen this. It's cringe. It's disgusting. They should feel ashamed. Like I have no words, man. Like and the one up front's just like, that's the first time seeing mega cringe. It's like, what? How does this exist?
How does this exist? Like, that's how bad it is.
$13,000 a month from anti-war losers.
That makes sense.
I know.
You know,
right?
you would think though, I would be used to it, but it's like every video is the first. Every video feels like the first because they really are that stupid.
And he has 16,000 of these doozies.
Everyone hurts. Everyone.
He calls his channel, like he said, secular talk. He's defending Iran right now.
And Hamas.
Oh yeah, well, but they're secular, right? So they were elected, right? So secular.
They were elected.
Yeah, just like Assad and Kim.
Only secular people can be elected.
And Lukashenko, yeah.
Iran, therefore, let's back our partner Israel.
Okay, that's actually StreamYard malfunctioning, but you almost were like, wait, is it AOL Kyle up noises again? But
Israel and increase tensions with Iran or go to war with Iran or whatever. Bottom line is, this dude gets paid.
okay, but no you. Imagine being 35 and defending Iran law.
This dude gets paid. That's his argument. This dude gets paid. What more do I need to say?
Technically, then, the only way that Kyle would listen to you is if you were unemployed. No, but he collects unemployment insurance. He gets paid.
To be pro-war, and so he goes out there and does...
He gets paid to be pro-war. Oh, see, that's the worst part of this video so far. Deprives any agency whatsoever from General Keane. Dude, are you fucking kidding me, Kyle? That's actually
all his expertise just thrown to the wind because he got paid.
Wow.
Pro-war talking points. He's a complete hack.
No, you.
What?
Bitch.
And last thing we need is another war in the Middle East. That's
War bad.
There already is a war. There's a war in the Middle East. Now the question is how much we are going to involve ourselves in that. I guess we could just stand by and see what happens. I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine with you. I guess it's fine with you if if the oil market is severely affected because of continued major attacks on Saudi Arabia.
Are you suggesting the wars for oils?
Yeah, that is what he would say.
That's what he would. No, that's a classic.
It's the absolute last thing we need. It's, plus they're not an actual threat to us. Who are we kidding?
Oh, come on.
Bro. How much cringe is going to fit in the last minute?
It's like, come on, Japan's not a threat to us, man. They only hit Hawaii, man. If we didn't have stuff there, they wouldn't have hit it, man.
That's a good point.
What a joke
Very
this
good
is.
point.
This guy
What a
forgot the
joke.
question, but he knows
No you, Kyle. No you.
the answer is more war because he gets paid to say the answer is more war.
Oh, and then they throw in this clip. I guess advertising their show. No. By the way, this is the actual, like, this is the non-Photoshop version. This is the Photoshop version. This is what they look like in real life.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay. That was Kremlin Kyle, ladies and gentlemen. What bootlicker's up next? Our connection's bad right now? Okay.
Yeah, I was doing this earlier. It just kind of started up in the last 30 seconds or so. But that's a good question in terms of what we're going to do next. I'm surprised how quickly we got through that one, but most of it was the news clip.
True.
At least it felt like it.
Yeah, about half of it was the interview. That's right.
That is extremely merciful on the part of Kyle, I have to say. Well,
yeah.
Hopefully I'm coming through okay for you and for the audience. Yeah, no, you're a little spotty, to be honest, but
oh really?
Maybe that's just on my end.
That might be on your end because mine would be telling me that my connection was unstable or moderate. Right now I'm getting a full connection. I've got everything good here. That's weird.
Yeah, it's all good. Actually, you know what? I don't want to put up with that, so I'm going to disconnect real quick, and I will be right back.
Okay, so Reece will be back with us shortly. In the meantime, stay tuned. We got some brainlets to dunk on. This, of course, is the episode 16.5 because, of course, we wound up spending about half of last night's episode going over the drama because Natalie showed up, and it was good to talk with her because, there was a lot of drama and everything. So, okay, Tranquil Fury is back. What video?
All I hear is drama when I come back. I'm like, uh-oh. Don't say that. don't say that.
So what? Yeah.
You're not gonna like it. I'll tell you that much. You're not gonna like it.
It's Jimmy, isn't it? It's gonna be Jimmy, right?
Yeah. This video is titled Hillary Clinton's warmonger appointed by Biden. This is kind of this one's a little older. We've been meaning to do it for a while, but this is a video. This is the video about Neera Tanden, and we can expect a lot of salt from Jimmy on this.
She is Hillary Clinton's warmonger.
So guess what? You remember Neera Tanden?
Why does Hillary need a warmonger? By the way, isn't she already?
Oh, she's
the queen of warmongers.
That's right. That's right. Maybe she's retiring. Maybe that's what's happening.
Got to pass on the mantle. Good point.
Yeah.
Horrible Neera Tanden, who smeared Bernie Sanders and everybody who supported him as sexist Bernie bros and lied about Medicare for all and has been wanting to cut Social Security since she got into government. That Neera Tanden.
Dun, dun, dun.
And then she was nominated by Joe Biden for the Office of Budget and Management, and she got shot down. Well, guess what? Neera Tanden, White House, she's going to join the White House anyway. Joe Biden's going to find a job for the president of the Center for American Progress. Just because the American people hate her and the Senate rejected her does not mean that she's not going to get a job in government. She's getting one. That's just the way it goes. There she is. She's getting there. There's the Neera Tanden, the most right-wing corporatist.
What?
Wait. The most right. Wait. Isn't John Bolton more right-wing than her?
Why did all the Republicans vote against her then?
Because they were she was too far to the right of them.
Oh, very very principled stance. I see then.
Yeah.
I mean,
they basically said that she was literally Hitler, bro.
The narratives that this guy juggles in his head are just amazing to me. Like, I don't trust his representation of anyone. I don't. I really don't. Oh, the horrible Neera Tanden. She called all the Bernie bros sexist. It's like, did she really though? Or did she call like one of them sexist or a couple of them sexist? And now you're freaking out. Oh my God, no, we're not sexist. There's no problem with sexism here, man. We're progressives. Just like we can't be anti-Semites.
Yeah, you can't be anti-Semitic if you're aggressive. Only right-wingers can be.
Yeah, if you're a progressive, you're automatically righteous, and any criticism of you is horrible anti-Bernie Sanders slander.
Warmongering, Wall Street shield. They're
He can't even talk.
If you really want someone who can't talk, he should bring on Max Blumenthal again.
That's true. Justice delayed or some shit is like justice
denied.
It's justice denied. Yeah, that's the ticket.
We couldn't even imitate him because he's such a malfunctioning bot.
He's a bot.
Gets rejected by the Senate, but Joe Biden still finds a place for him in the administration. Hey, where's the we can push him left crowd? Whatever happened to them? Hey, let's vote for Joe Biden, then we're going to push him left. Whatever happened to this? By the way, file this under while you were sleeping. Okay? So.
By the way, I was right, by the way, about Biden, that he was going to surrender to the Taliban and that these progressives would only give him credit for like one day. So he's back to being a warmonger in their view.
It's hysterical. The entire premise of this video is, look at this. They're like acting like it's the end of the world. File this under things that happen while you sleep, because Neera Tanden became a White House advisor. This is the kind of shit I love. Even if I disagree with her on a lot of things, which I do. I still support it for the sole reason that it makes Jimmy seethe. That's so funny to me.
Seething and screeching.
That's my life force at this point. Like, these people, they take the most innocuous stories and
like
they
brunch.
make it the end of everything.
Yeah, it's like brunch. It's like the brunch Democrats, right? They would definitely call her one of them.
Oh yeah, totally. She probably had brunch today.
She's
with
the queen of brunch.
Nancy Pelosi. Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton. And George Soros.
Ah, yeah.
Neera Tanden, the new administration's only cabinet nominee rebuffed by the Senate, has become a senior advisor to President Joe Biden.
Failing up.
Among other duties, Tanden will launch a review of the...
So earlier he was trying to say, they were trying to tout her, her being shot down originally as a sign that she was hated.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you something. The only reason she got shot down is because a couple Democrats like Joe Manchin thought she was too divisive, because she actually vocalized a stance during, the primary of the party she was supporting. And then the Republicans capitalized on that and said, actually, we don't like Bernie, but we didn't like your treatment of Bernie. What a divisive figure. She didn't like Bernie Sanders. Good. Bernie Sanders was shit. Bernie Sanders was shit. Oh, too divisive.
Oh,
Can't nominate you. You're too divisive. He was shit. He is still, to this day, a Castro apologist. Oh, you were against Bernie, though. You were against Bernie. How could you? Oh my God, these people, they're still over a year on after they lost big time. They're still going on about my Bernie.
That's right.
Let it go.
Bernie would have won though, if like the low IQ voters.
No, he can still win. He can still win.
Oh man.
U.S. Digital Service. The service is charged with solving the federal government's information technology and online security issues. This person is charged with solving the federal government's information technology and online security issues. You know, she deleted over 1,000 tweets.
Spooky.
What? What? How is that?
Wait, that's a screenshot moment. I'm going to use that as a thumbnail for sure.
How can she be good at information security because she deleted tweets? Is he trying to equate that to deleting the emails?
Yeah, deleting the emails, man.
She deleted tweets. Yeah, she deleted tweets because they were deemed too politically divisive. You know what? That's the problem. Like they created this problem. She deleted those tweets because you create an environment in which you actually have to do that. Because if you actually say what you think, people will be like, "Oh no, we can't actually have you in power." You actually stood up for something. You actually stated something you believe, and that upset us. She can't do her security job because she deleted tweets. You couldn't make it up. I miss Kyle. This guy is unbelievable.
And we're just getting started. There's no 5-minute interview with somebody smart. It's just Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy, please.
We're 10% through the video.
Please play somebody
I don't think we
else.
can watch the whole thing. Like, I'm tired. I also 12 more minutes of Jimmy.
You asked for this. You asked for this.
Okay, we'll trudge forward.
When she got nominated. This is the person who's going to be our information technology security person. She deleted over 1,000 tweets when she.
Wait, I didn't go back. I didn't go back. He just repeated like 30 seconds over.
That's Jimmy for you. Hey, at least that makes it a little bit easier for us.
That's true.
He got nominated. You know that, right? One of the most vicious people on all of social media, folks.
No, you, Jimmy.
One of the most vicious people. Citation needed.
Citation needed.
I've seen your tweets, Jimmy.
But imagine he responded to you on the citation needed, and he's like, he linked you to his channel's ranking of the most toxic people, and it was like Hillary Clinton, Queen of Warmongers, #1, John Bolton, #2, Tanden, #3, and it's like, boom, there you go. You were wrong. He was right.
It's such a cope, though. It's such a cope to say that about her.
Coping and moping.
It's a cope because that's what was said about them and people like Sean King, Bernie's people on social media, Brianna Joy Gray, whatever her face is. That's what was said about them. People called them toxic users. People accused them of inciting harassment against people who had no following, who disagreed with them. And so they're going to try to flip it around and be like, actually, Neera Tanden's the most vicious person on social media. Press X to doubt on that one. She's a wine mom. Like, what are you talking about?
No, but you don't understand, man. Wine is spooky because if you buy it from Australia, it undermines the CCP, man, and that hurts communism, man.
This is fucking absurd.
No, I mean, like but that's the thing. They would unironically make the wine is spooky thing. They do that with brunch already. They would sure do that with wine. Like, brunch is the spookiest meal of the day to these people. So, you know.
What about second breakfast?
Palm slap in the face at this point. She's going to be doing that. One of the most toxic people on all of social media. She's not going to be overseeing everything. You happy?
Keeps going for
Biden
it.
originally nominated Tanden to be director of the Office of Management and Budget, but Joe Manchin, Democratic senator of West Virginia, joined Republicans in blocking her confirmation, citing her past acerbic criticism of political adversaries in both parties. Tanden was a longtime aide to Hillary Clinton, who became...
Dun, dun, dun.
The queen of warmongers
The
strikes
queen of
once more.
warmongers. That's right.
President of the Liberal Center for American
something that you'll like this. You'll like this, Kevin. So for Tanden has been described as hawkish. In September 2013, Tanden tweeted that, quote, "An unpoliced world is dangerous." Spooky.
That's both hawk-pilled and Hobbes-pilled right there. So she wants global order, and she recognizes the world is anarchic. Oh man, that's like double spooky, because she's not just a hawk; she's a hegemony hawk. That's based.
Very, very spooky.
Yeah, no, Jimmy ain't gonna like her.
Progress after leaving, I would say, the corporate Center for American Progress after leaving the Obama administration.
Yeah, why not just say the corporate Jimmy Dore show? Why don't we do that? Like, if we're just gonna put, like, if we're just gonna preface everything with the corporate, like, why not just do that with everything? Why not just say the corporate secular talk?
Extremely corporate. You know what's amazing
is the corporate Young Turks.
Her Wikipedia described her. I guess somebody said she was hawkish, but if you actually look at that full quote, it said, "On Syria, while I don't want to be the world's policeman," she's going back on it. "An unpoliced world is dangerous. The U.S. may be the only adult in the room left." There you go. But even that very, very tepid support of the U.S. being the world's policeman, that's too much.
Too spooky.
That makes you a neocon.
Yeah. Makes you a ghoul.
Her new role does not require Senate confirmation.
Well, that's kind of irrelevant, but whatever. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah. Not every position requires the Senate to be involved. But, I bet they would like to be involved. Just like with the war thing. They want to be involved in everything.
Yep.
It'd be funny, though, if, like, every time the president wanted to hire an intern.
I was going to go with that. Coffee boy.
Put him before the Senate.
He needs to be confirmed by the Senate. It's like, so they bring in, like, I don't know, like they bring in Alex R or something, and they're just, like, looking through the Twitter. It's like,
they bring in Alex R.
Like, I mean, it's like, look, we got some questions about some of your tweets. It's like, why? It's like, and he's like, oh shit, they're gonna ask about the Taliban, aren't they? And it's like, no. We just want to know, why'd you call Erdogan a thick dude, bro? and this is all broadcast on C-SPAN and saved in the Library of Congress or whatever the fuck. So, for posterity, he's like, well, I call him a thick dude because he doesn't like them seculars.
And them gays.
But he spelt it with the flag, so it would avoid the censors.
Good job.
But when he spelled the F word, he spelled F-A-G, and then he censored out the other G and an O, and then had a T. The problem is the first three letters of that weren't censored were a slur in and of themselves. So. He's not that bright. And we have the screenshots too. Like, we saved that, and a lot of people pointed that out. They're like, yeah, but here's the thing, Alex. Like, you can censor the word, but the commonly used F word, the short form of it, is just right there. Like, what? Okay.
He tried his best.
Yeah.
Wow. But just so you know who she is, as a Hillary Clinton delegate to the DNC Platform Committee, Neera Tanden voted against the $15 minimum wage.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's right. See, for a second there, I'm like, oh shit. Wait, what does Reece actually think about that? Okay, good. We're against the minimum wage, 15.
Yeah, that's completely absurd.
Okay, Medicare for all. Again,
bullshit.
Yeah, I would agree with
total garbage.
Like, they'll say, oh, but you're in Canada. It's like, we don't have Medicare for all in Canada. I had to pay like $200 for a dental thing the other day. Like, there's no universal dental shit over here. Like, what are we talking about? Like these people don't actually know how Canada works, but whatever.
I love that he puts up this like supposed naughty list, and I'm looking at all these things and I'm like, this is like her greatest hits. Like what?
Yes, this is her resume.
You're actually making her look way cooler than she actually is. For the record,
it looks based. It looks based, and not well. It looks hawk pilled further down, but right here it looks based in economically moderate pilled. So voted against. Pilled. Yeah, a ban on fracking. Well, that's good.
She voted against Medicare for all. She voted against a ban on fracking. She voted against acknowledging Palestinian humanity.
Humanity. What?
Wait. That.
What does that mean?
I don't think they had a vote, and they asked, "Do you believe in acknowledging Palestinian humanity?" And she said, "I vote against." Somehow
she gave it the cinema thumbs down.
Yes, that was okay. That was one of the most glorious moments in politics, in American politics this year, actually. Like it enraged people, man. It was like brunch and wine combined into one. You know?
You gotta have wine at brunch. I mean, come on.
Wine and brunch, that's right. That's
Australian wine.
Yeah. And ghoul brunch combined together. What do ghouls eat for brunch?
They eat
like bacon.
I don't know.
For sure, right?
They eat these videos, and it leads to many digestive issues.
But they save all the salt for Jimmy and Kyle. So
obviously.
She voted for the TPP trade deal, and she voted.
Okay, wait. What? Look, my issue with the TPP is like I'm pretty critical of the Vietnam regime, but I can get Kirkpatrick pilled on it. What's his problem with TPP exactly? Like, I guess it's a free trade thing. Like the problem
he's
with
like
free
a protectionist.
The problem with free trade is China. Like, you don't do protectionism everywhere. You don't do protectionism with your allies. That's stupid. But okay, whatever.
Oh no, they hate that. They hate that kind of shit. They hate, I guess, other people having jobs who aren't American. It's very odd, very strange.
Yeah, but America would have benefited from it too. All right, like whatever. Anyway, voted. Yeah, here we go.
For military action on Iran,
based in Hawkbill.
Jimmy's upset. Like he's gripping his heart. He's like,
yeah.
Oh no, not the Ayatollah.
Yeah.
What did he do?
Liberal world order. Does Jimmy think that the Congress had a vote on whether or not the Palestinians are human? Well, based on the phrasing here, yes.
It was the famous Palestinian humanity vote of 2016.
Yeah.
Did you miss it?
By the way, this is called a propagandist right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, progressives, Joe Biden hears you and he responds. And that response is fuck off.
Wow. He literally pulled out. They're saying you can't move him left or whatever. They define anti-war as left. He gave them the Afghanistan war and abandoned it. And they can't. Like, he could literally give them everything and they'd still bitch and twitch and say that he was a right winger.
Hey, Joe, there's still some time. There's still some time if you want to go back on that.
That's
It'd
true.
be pretty funny to see the reaction.
That's true.
Plus, it would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Be a good idea not to pull out.
Uh-oh. We got emails. Uh-oh.
Showed you this. This is from WikiLeaks. This is an email.
He's
going to WikiLeaks. Okay, so
dude,
we're going to
everybody's read this. Like, talk about Like this is what it looks like to just have talking points.
How old is this? This isn't even that old of a video, right? Because this email is
this video came out like 1 or 2 weeks ago. This email's old.
No, but he talks about it as if it's like groundbreaking. Like, look at what we dug up.
No, literally everybody has read this email.
It's so lame. Oh my god! And he's about to feel like
everyone who's watching the video in his audience has read this email.
That's a good point. Everybody's read it, even his own guys. Nobody's surprised. The only one feigning surprise is Jimmy.
That Neera Tanden wrote, and it's about the Libyan oil. So Faz Shakur, who worked for Bernie, was at the Center for American Progress, and he wrote this. Hey, I don't think it's fair that we create our own domestic problems and then we ask other nations to pay for it. You see the adverse incentive problem here, right? If we think we can make money off an incursion, we'll do it. That's a serious policy, messaging, moral problem for our foreign policy. So Neera Tanden was advocating for stealing Libyan oil, and he was responding to it, saying, I don't think that we should do that. We shouldn't make money off of when we overthrow a government. Neera Tanden in response says, we have a giant deficit and they have a lot of oil. She was talking about Libya. Most Americans would choose not to engage in the world because of that deficit. If we want to continue to engage in the world, what she's saying, if we want to continue overthrowing governments we don't like and stealing their natural resources, we got to start stealing their natural resources for real.
Cry me a river.
My god, yeah. I mean, here's the thing, Jimmy. Nobody should like what Gaddafi did, you dumbass. So
yeah, what a crazy idea. Yeah, let's just do. And now, obviously, we shouldn't be completely tied to some kind of profit incentive or whatever. But altruism really only gets you so far. It really only gets you so far. And obviously, if you were to restore a nation, liberate a nation, and bring it into the democratic fold of the globe, they would become a trading partner of yours, most likely. Oh, and they've got a lot of oil. Don't talk about the oil, though. No. Can't talk about my oil. Yeah, that's what she's saying. She's saying that the war was fought over the oil. No, not at all. Not at all. Amazingly enough, not at all. It's crazy, man.
We got to start having these oil-rich countries pay us back for invading them illegally.
In them.
Illegally.
Do you see the characterization there? Them. So he's just saying we're invading them. All Libyans in his mind are just being joined at the hip with Gaddafi.
That's right.
We invaded them. I think a good amount of Libyans would have said, yeah, no, thank you. That's good. By the way, we didn't even really invade. There was NATO assistance in a rebellion, in a civil war that was already happening.
That's right. Yeah.
My petrodollar conspiracy. Oh no, that's all these people can talk about.
Yeah, it's crazy. They never got over that. They sound like libertarian neckbeard bros from like 2012.
That's what she. You know who else thinks that we should do that? She meant Libya, by the way. She meant Iraq and Libya. They should pay us back. That's what she meant. And you know who else?
Be appreciated. Not Trump.
Oh, Jimmy doesn't look too happy. I'm gonna.
She's just like Trump. Confirmed.
Yeah, no, I like they're the same person, man. I'm pretty sure Trump had brunch.
He had a taco bowl that one time.
Pretty sure he did emails.
He did emails.
Like that.
Bomb the oil, take the oil. Bomb the oil, take the oil. Just take it, right?
Yeah, those are very different statements.
No, but like it's also kind of stupid because it's like, wait. Why not bomb the military installations guarding the oil? Why would you just bomb the oil? That's kind of awkward. That's like what Saddam did when he did the scorched earth thing and set all the wells on fire and polluted the Persian Gulf. Like, okay, wait, bomb the oil, take the oil, dude. Come on.
I
Trump.
declare war on fossil fuels.
Yeah, it's like, oh well, I guess he's getting like Bernie and Jill Stein on the environment, right? He's declaring war on oil.
They won't even support a ban on fracking. I'm gonna rid the world of oil. Watch me.
Yeah, you've heard of wars for oil. Get ready for the war on oil.
I've been saying that for 4 years, and they were saying, "Oh, that would be." In fact, Obama put some general on television saying, "No, that wouldn't work." Why wouldn't it work? ISIS is making its money from the oil and some bad banking stuff too, which I know a lot about. Okay.
Maybe we shouldn't wait. Maybe we shouldn't waste the oil.
Bad banking. He knows a lot about bad banking stuff. I
mean,
I like how he basically just admitted there in front of the crowd that he has an experience with money laundering, but whatever. Like, okay.
Look, I know how this goes. All right, I know how this goes. This, I guess, the logic is that ISIS profits off the oil, so therefore destroy the oil, instead of just, guarding it and, making sure ISIS doesn't get it. I have no remorse, by the way, for getting natural resources out of the hands of despots and terrorists.
Based.
And I guess that makes me a filthy ghoul capitalist, but I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, makes you a ghoul. Makes you a ghoulish ghoul. Oh man.
That's the policy Neera Tanden was pushing. That policy.
No. What?
Bomb the oil, take the oil. Dude, Jimmy. But wait, I thought Jimmy was for Trump. Like, weren't Jimmy and Kyle basically like Trump stands? Wasn't that the thing?
Inadvertent. They were obviously, I think there was a video, the first time when Trump was running where Jimmy went to a rally, like he wanted to see what it was all about. And he said, oh, I can't be here. It's too racist. But, I like the populism or some bullshit like that. No, wow. They were, I mean, basically they were pro-Trump by being, just so viciously anti-Hillary. But then I think that they realized that Trump wasn't going to be their populist hero. So they spent the next year's worth of videos trying to distance themselves and be like, actually, the left-wing populists were the real populists. These guys, they just believe in cutting, taxes for the rich, which is true. Trump's not a very good populist. He was a populist in rhetoric, really. And when it was opportunistic, policy-wise. But here he's just saying stupid shit that makes no sense. And by the way, it's not the same thing that Neera Tanden said. Of all the directions, I'm actually surprised. Like I knew that they were going to bring up that email because they have like 4 talking points.
Yes.
So they bring up that email. I'm surprised he dug this up as if it has any relevance to what the video started out being about.
Take it. Just like Trump said. That's the policy she was pushing for. She's now a senior advisor in Joe, and that's why they want to kill. By the way, this is why they want to kill Julian Assange, because Julian.
They want to kill Julian Assange.
By the way, like Jimmy, that's the thing about Jimmy's videos. These are often like 15 minutes. We're like not even halfway through yet. There's a lot of cringe and stuff.
He points to this email. This email has nothing to do with Julian Assange. But I guess because WikiLeaks put it out.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, they, I mean, like, honestly, even in that case, even if we got him here, you'd have a lot of these people who associate with Biden who are anti-death penalty. They're not going to want to kill Julian. What are you talking about? They want to kill Julian Assange. Who? Where? Who said that?
Assange revealed this. This is her. This is Neera Tanden. So just so you know, and now she's a senior advisor at the White House. And here she is tweeting out, breaking news, Iraqi parliament votes to remove the U.S. troops from Iraq. She retweets that and says, which entities wants American troops totally removed from Iraq? Iran and ISIS.
Yes.
No, but that's actually true. She was right about that. That was 100% correct. So,
oh my God, he's about to contradict himself so hard because he's literally he's going to do the meme that I brought up, I think, on the last episode. He's going to say, look at this Iraqi sovereignty. They have a true democracy. Even though he's going to say the Iraq war is a failure in all his other videos.
That's right. No, that's such a good point. But the thing is, so he's going to bring up this, but even if you wanted the U.S. out, you'd still have to admit that so does Iran and ISIS, but he can't do that. So
this is her saying, let's stay an occupying force in another country we illegally invaded.
Another country.
Illegal.
According to the Green Lantern Corps.
Yes.
And killed 1 million people in.
Oh, 1 million.
What is the difference between
1 million
people? 1
people?
million. He also does that too. So 5 times higher than the most ridiculous estimates, including the insurgency, which was mostly Iran's doing. 1 million. Like a serious question. While we're doing 1 million, why not just make it 10 million? That sounds spookier. Why not just say 10 million people died?
It's 10 times more.
It's 10 times more. It's a bigger number.
Big number.
Yeah, you see, if you really cared, you would make big numbers faster.
You would speak loud, speak fast.
Speak big. Yeah, 10 trillion people. Let's go with that.
Between this maniac and David Frum and George Bush and Dick Cheney. What is the difference between her and
he just listed a bunch of ghouls. Oh, man.
The ghouls.
Them. There is no difference.
No difference. Actually,
here is the...
Oh, yeah, no difference at all. I'm sure there's no disagreements at all between those people.
I'm just going to go back a couple seconds.
I just saw Tap Jaker. That's, we're going to get some establishment brainwashing.
That's right.
What is the difference between her and them? There is no difference.
I wanted to pause it here. He looks insane. Like, he actually looks crazy. Like,
he looks really like the dude who would have strings on a map or a board, a conspiracy board.
Yeah, with like those tacks, different colored tacks in it of like where the plan's gonna go down and shit, and like there's like cities marked and stuff. And you're like, what is this?
He'd have a picture of Julian Assange in the middle, and then like it's connected to Obama and Neera Tanden and Trump.
Soros there. And then there's
George
like
Bush.
Hunter Biden.
Biden.
And what's his name? Epstein is there. And, and then there's Q with Assange and Jesus in the middle. And they're doing.
Oh, no.
Here is the leader of the Justice Democrats advocating for Neera Tanden on CNN to be confirmed as the director of Office of Management and Budget.
Another member of the fraud squad.
Oops, I hit the wrong button. Okay.
Another fraud squad member. What is the difference falling down the dark path
between this mania? Here is the leader of the Justice Democrats.
Yeah, no, StreamYard's not a happy camper right now.
Advocating for Neera Tanden on CNN to be confirmed as the director of Office of Management and Budget. Do you think I'm kidding? Here we are.
This would be Biden's first defeat, and obviously a defeat for Neera Tanden personally because of a bunch of tweets she's done that were rather harsh.
Yeah, and I mean, there's public record of those tweets, but the reality is I think that Joe Manchin is the one being divisive right now. We are in the middle of a public pandemic.
Jimmy.
It's so funny because under no other circumstance would Jimmy Dore be defending Joe Manchin.
No, I know. He would call him a a Republican, basically, right? So,
Yeah, it's just weird.
Joe Biden was just elected by a huge mandate by the American people. We have to deliver as Democrats, and we need people in positions of power who are ready and prepared to go big in this moment and not leave anyone behind. The mentality has got to be of the Democratic Party especially, but any elected official, that we have to move quickly to save as many lives as possible. And I would also point out that he had no problem voting to confirm other appointments of clearly partisan members when it was the.
So there you go. There's the Justice Democrats leader. Now she runs the Justice Democrat. There she is advocating for the worst shit lib in the world. A neocon warmongering.
Wait. He did two memes. Shit lib and neocon. Let's go back.
The worst shit lib in the world. A neocon warmonger.
A neocon shit lib warmonger. Dude.
I mean, how is that?
He did
how
the
can
memes.
that even? How can that even be a thing, though?
He did the memes. Well, it's funny because like neocon Asuka calls everybody shit libs, but apparently I guess he's a shit lib, right?
Well, it started out as a far left thing. That's where the term originated, in those, forums or whatever. But it's fucking ridiculous. A shit lib neocon?
Well, no.
Neocon warmonger.
I thought for a second you were saying neocon started out as far left. You meant shit lib. Like I'm super tired.
No, that was in the far left circles. That was a slur for liberals.
That's right. So Jimmy's using it as a slur for neocon liberal warmongers, I guess.
They don't even know what she is, man. They don't know.
Well, they know she has brunch.
And really, that's all you need to know about a person, isn't it?
Mongering tool of Wall Street. There she is saying, we got to get her in. And now you know why the Justice Democrats are a failed experiment.
Fraud squad.
Fraud squad. Yeah, I mean, amazingly enough, you you create this political party like an alternative, not even really. They're not like the Green Party or the Libertarian Party. No, they were Democrats. See, that's the part that these guys don't understand. They were so desperate for the clout of the Democratic Party. AOC is a Democrat. Yeah, she was technically endorsed as a Justice Democrat when she first ran. You can say the same about all the fraud squad. They're actually Democrats, though. They're officially members of the Democratic Party. This is what happens when you actually aren't capable of getting clout on your own. So you're basically acting like a parasite, and you attach yourself to one of the popular parties, and then you act surprised when those members actually start to ingratiate themselves in the party and take up the party's interests. Jimmy, you're so dumb. I'm overjoyed that this is biting them in the ass, because that's what they were from day one. A bunch of fucking parasites. I even made a video. And I believe people can find it. I believe it was called Progressives or Parasites. Go watch that video. And it's pretty spicy, and I have a lot of really mean things to say in it. They're getting what they fucking deserve, man. It's like from Joker. You get what you fucking deserve.
Oh man. We still got 6 minutes of him seething. So let's go.
There's gonna be a lot of cope.
You know why the Young Turks are a failed experiment. Here's Jay.
Of course.
He's the one who claimed that he made the Young Turks big, that he gave them progressive credibility. Do you remember when we covered that?
Oh, that's right.
Do you remember? Because he called Anna a pro-NATO Warhawk dupe.
Of course. Yeah, because she did an interview with Madeleine Albright. Oh,
Yeah.
what a neocon. Ridiculous. He's so salty that he's not working for TYT.
But Anna would not. She was not able to interview Tulsi because Tulsi was pissed that she kept calling her a neocon. So
It's
like
it's a
layered.
never-ending battle of them calling people neocons. People who aren't neocons.
I'm not a fan of Neera Tanden. In fact, she did some of her mean tweets about me, but unlike Republicans, I don't think we should cancel her because she once hurt someone's feelings. The hypocrisy of the GOP crying over cancel culture and then trying to cancel her over tweets is amazing. Yeah, that's not what was happening, Jake, you gaslighting liar.
What?
The drama, dude. These guys used to be like big partners, man. Oh man.
Honestly, his tweet's right. Like, I don't like Jank.
Yeah.
He's terrible, and he is a propagandist. That is what was happening. That's what they were saying. They were saying, "Oh, you were mean to Bernie. We don't like." They were acting like they liked Bernie. They were Republicans. Of course, they didn't like Bernie, but they liked him in that moment because they could use him to tear down a Biden nominee.
Yeah. No,
and Jimmy's going to tell us why mean tweets are the end of the world. Okay.
I wonder, imagine if Keek wanted to try to take back the name. Imagine he made himself one day just at Keek on Twitter.
At Keek. Okay, that would be amazing.
That would be really funny, right? Like, I'm sure it's probably already taken now, but maybe at Keek he could do, I'm just going to look up at Keek right now.
At Buffalo Keek.
Oh, let's see if there's an account that comes up for at Keek.
Oh, there has to be.
No, it used to exist. It doesn't bring up anything anymore. I guess that account doesn't exist anymore. Who knows?
Hey, there you go, Jank. There you go.
You could be at Keek.
That could be your alt.
Yeah.
Supporting the bombing of a country to get richer is equivalent to hurting someone's feelings, Jank?
Oh, that's right. He brings up random Twitter users.
Oh, yeah. I bet they feel so special.
No, but like we've gone through, I actually DM'd a few of those people that he highlighted on the show. None of them ever got back to me. They're just randoms. There's nothing special about these people. Some of them had like 1 or 2 likes. So
that, by the way, that's as far as we can tell, that's not Neera Tanden's position. She didn't support, presumably support taking out Gaddafi to get oil. She said, well, if we're doing this, if we're going to be involved in the world, maybe we could be paid for our trouble. Basically. Very different things. Very different ideas.
Pretty much. That's what wound up happening. So,
because that's what she advocated for. Trump policy.
No.
Also, you spent the last 2 months trying to desperately cancel Jimmy Dore because he hurt AOC's feelings. Get the fuck out of here. You want to see some more? Here's some more shit.
I think it goes a little bit beyond you hurting her. Like every other video of yours is AOC fraud squad exposed.
Exposed.
That's the point. What you're trying to do is you're trying to advocate against her. Now, here's the thing. If you're a Bernie supporter and you're mad at Neera Tanden, that's fine. I understand. And I don't care. And you're wrong for supporting Bernie and he sucks. But, I understand why you wouldn't like Neera Tanden. But it's amazing that guy was going to try to compare, like, oh, Jimmy's, what are you doing? You're hurting AOC's feelings. No. He's trying to damage her reputation and get her out of office, which, by my estimation, would be a good thing. But they want to put someone worse in office. That's the problem.
That's right.
from Cenk Uygur to all progressives. If Neera Tanden, this is him fighting harder to get Neera Tanden confirmed than he did to get a vote for Medicare for all.
That's right. Hashtag force the vote for a vote that would make no difference.
Bro. He knew it would make I guess though it starts a conversation.
You know when their big like final roundup, like their final stream on that whole thing was when they raised a bunch of money and everything for the cause. It was the day after the vote.
That's right.
What a grift. Like, and their fan base are stupid. They don't know how government works. So.
Of course not.
They just think if they give Jimmy $500, you know, when somebody actually gave Jimmy $500 on that stream, that I guess they'll get Medicare for all. So what did he do with it? He bought a $2 million house in California. I mean, come on.
He's living large.
Oh no, StreamYard.
In fact,
I'm
he
not
didn't
surprised.
Oh no, it got it together really quickly that time. Okay.
For Medicare for all at all, he fought against it. Here he is doing all he can to get Neera Tanden in the White House. To all progressives, if Neera Tanden is voted down, they're going to replace her with someone even more conservative. Oh, guess they didn't, though. Turns out they didn't. They're going to replace her with someone even more conservative because Biden is made of jello. If they lose on her, they'll abandon anyone to the left of Attila. So this is him doing vote. We got to vote for someone horrible because someone even more horrible might happen.
He's chimping out, Reece.
This is astounding.
He's chimping out. He looks like He looks like the Hawes thing. Looks like a monkey.
You're chimping. Hey, I'm chimping out. I can be way more racist.
Yeah, it's like I am chimping out. I am triggered.
That's right.
Oh man, no, he's salty, man. He's totally salty.
That tweet from Cenk is actually pretty ridiculous, though.
Oh, it's so stupid. But like, I mean, we already know why that one's dumb.
Anyone to the left of Attila the Hun?
That's kind of funny.
Come on. Oh, are we talking about... Oh, it sounds like we're going back to the beginning of civilization, man. Next, we're going to be talking about Genghis Khan and the, and the Mongols.
Anybody to the left of Kublai Khan, man. The left. What does that even mean back then?
Actually, Kevin, I don't think you understand what sarcasm means. Hashtag wrecked.
Wrecked. No.
He's doing lesser of two evils with the Office of Management and Budget. I don't think that had to be the low point for the Young Turks. This has got to be the low point. Dude, why are you fighting harder for Neera Tanden?
I thought the low point was when he was on, honestly.
Oh, man. Well, why are you fighting harder than Medicare for all? This is by Socialism. That's his app.
Yeah, because when I think of TYT and Cenk Uygur, I think that's a guy who doesn't support Medicare for all. I mean, how utterly out of their minds are these people? But no, you're not talking about it in every tweet, and you're not demanding it like every second of the day. So therefore, you don't support it.
It's so cringeworthy, dude.
And then Medicare for all. Why do you think? Because he got $24 million from the people who want to kill Medicare for all. And those people are friends with Neera Tanden. The people who give Cenk Uygur $24 million are best friends with Neera Tanden.
So he's like unironically doing the meme that I said earlier, corporate TYT.
I wonder who's giving Jimmy money. I
Mm,
wonder if
well, we
there
know. I
might be
looked into
any
I saw it.
foreign donations.
He's gotten in a minimum $1,000 from the Syrian government. That's no. So we can only speculate what's beyond that. They gave him it as a prize. You know how they got around the whole dictators shouldn't be giving Americans money thing? They gave him a prize for world journalism. I know. It was the Assad government. So you might say, well, it's only $1,000. That there's probably more. There's probably more. So, but unfortunately, most of his money still probably comes from useful idiots that watch him organically and get brainwashed. So
lovely.
I know.
That's why Jake Uger took time out too. That's why.
Yeah. Spooky Neera.
That's why. Look, important thread. Jimmy Dore has created multiple videos to attack me. I ignore them, but they can be both vicious and ludicrous. Well, how do you know they're ludicrous and vicious if you're not watching them?
Well, because we know you're vicious and ludicrous.
we don't actually have to watch the video. That's a good point.
It's kind of like it's kind of like them saying to us, like, okay, well, you guys don't do sound bites of Kyle. You guys do watch his full videos, but like, can you really judge him if you haven't seen every video on his channel? It's like,
good point.
Yeah, like, because once you've seen one Jimmy video, you know what he's about at that point. I mean,
she's such a bad liar, she can't even keep her lie straight here. She contradicts herself. There's only 2 sentences, and she contradicts herself. Important thread. Jimmy Dore has created.
She's probably seen a few of them. She's probably seen a few clips at the very least, and I mean, from that, you don't really need to see the rest. No, that's fine. You know, and then she can say, yeah, I ignore them. Yeah, she probably has better things to do. Now clearly we don't, and we're masochists, so we're sitting here watching Jimmy Dore. But she actually is like a professional political analyst.
Multiple videos to attack me. I ignore them, but they can be both vicious and ludicrous. Yeah, I'm attacking you because you're a warmonger and you're a willing tool of Wall Street and an enemy of workers. That's why I'm attacking you.
Enemy of the workers, man.
Enemy of the workers, man.
And a warmonger.
And a warmonger.
I mean,
wait, but like, isn't he for class warfare? Isn't he a warmonger?
Well, that's different. That's a just cause. But you know, liberating, you know, people outside America, not so much. Not a very just cause.
Not just.
It's amazing how they misuse these. She's a warmonger. Because once she correctly identified that the people who wanted us out of Iraq were ISIS and Iran. Because she said, because once she said, I don't want us to be the world's policeman, but it doesn't look like we have any other options. It looks like America's the only adult in the room. What a warmonger. I'm shaking in my boots over here, man. What kind of crazy shit is she going to say next?
Hate me with Steven Crowder and this bullshit artist Carlos Maza.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
We'll go back.
And she's trying to conflate me with Steven Crowder and this bullshit artist Carlos Maza, who is horrible, by the way. So anybody propping up Carlos Maza is a willing tool.
Wait. What? Like, Carlos Maza is like anti-war loser, all that kind of stuff. But why doesn't Jimmy like him?
I don't know. Because Neera Tanden quote tweeted him. We don't know the full context of the Steven Crowder comparison, but I know that like a while ago, Carlos Maza was complaining about, I guess, harassment from Steven Crowder. He didn't like all the videos Steven Crowder made about him. So I guess in that way, Jimmy, you kind of are like you kind of are like Steven Crowder. I mean, that's kind of a weak comparison, honestly, though. I don't know the full context of it, though. I guess if the comparison's just you made videos about somebody, then I don't really care. So, because we do that, we make videos about people. Now you're like Steven Crowder in terms of being a bullshit artist.
Yeah.
And generally being, but Steven Crowder has kind of admitted to playing a character to a bit. I don't think Jimmy's like that at all.
No,
Jimmy's completely genuine with this shit.
He's a true believer, dude. We only got a couple minutes left on this.
I believe us, and rather I believe in us, and that can be the end of it. That will be an amazing show as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. Okay. Oh, we might have to restart it. Okay.
StreamYards really doesn't like Jimmy, and I don't blame him.
No, you can't blame them. I don't like Jimmy either.
Anyone who slightly agrees with Jimmy is a fascist warmonger.
Oops. I deleted the video.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'll have to find it again.
That's the ultimate boomer move. I've never seen Kevin do a more boomer move than deleting the video.
That was a boomer move for sure. So I'm going to fetch that video. What was the game? It was like Jimmy Dore, warmonger or something.
Or Joe Biden appoints Hillary's warmonger or something.
Yeah, warmonger. I think that should bring it up. Something like that.
Everybody in the chat should shame Kevin.
Oh, no. There are way too many videos. Oh, no. There it is. It's like the 7th one down. Jimmy Dore, warmonger. And they're all from like...
I had a feeling it might not be specific enough.
No. It's like that's all of his video titles are calling people warmongers. Oh, man. That was sad. Okay.
Based boomer strikes once more.
Yeah, we'll have to download that. So here we go.
Jimmy Dore is the kind of guy who would lick the inside of your ear.
What?
Well, there's a disturbing idea.
Yeah. So you got the video again. So
okay.
Let's thank goodness for the high-speed internet finally. So here we go.
With Steven Crowder. And this bullshit artist, Carlos Maza, who is horrible, by the way. So anybody propping up Carlos Maza is a willing tool. He's out there advocating for censorship of people who criticize him. That's what he's doing.
I mean, look, the stuff that Crowder was doing, by the way, basically was homophobic. So as far as what I've seen, like, what do you make of that, Reece?
Oh yeah, no, I had heard about that, and it's Steven Crowder. Is it really censorship to actually follow through on the TOS? I guess technically it is, but
yeah,
why is Jimmy even bothering to take up that fight? Jimmy's one of those guys. He's so knee jerk. He's just like, is somebody being purged? Is someone's video going down? Is someone's channel being suspended for a week? I need to defend them.
Yeah, he would defend Nick Fuentes.
And it's like, some people do legitimately fuck up. And that happens to Crowder all the time. But whatever. That's their own battle to fight. I honestly don't really give a fuck about it.
Oh, someone doesn't agree with me politically? I'd like to censor them. Why? Because they made fun of me. What? Yeah. And you're going to find a lot of shit libs that agree with him. Well, some of them have YouTube shows.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing a lot of the context here of, it's not just it's not just making fun of him. It was making fun of him for being an effeminate gay man. Very, very conveniently not mentioned by Jimmy, of course, because his current audience wouldn't like that. Anybody who cares
Agree
about
with
that is a
fucking
shit lib.
Yeah.
Censorship because someone made fun of me. So there's Neera Tanden. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's your story. There's your Joe Biden. Vote for Joe Biden and push him left. That's all the shit libs that told you that. There's Cenk Uygur, shit lib, telling you that, and of course he's telling you to vote for support Neera Tanden.
Who's not a shit lib according
No, I
to
was
Jimmy?
gonna say, like, let me guess. We're gonna get a list of like different shit libs, like Cenk Uygur, shit lib, Neera Tanden, shit lib, Hillary Clinton, shit lib, John Bolton, shit lib. Wait.
Mitt Romney, of course.
Shit lib. Yeah.
Why?
Anybody on the left who Jimmy doesn't like is a shit lib.
Yeah. Or if you're on the right, but you're not, Nick Fuentes.
Oh, yes.
Will give Cenk Uygur $24 million in corporate cash are best friends with Neera Tanden.
By the way, I'm pretty sure it was a loan, to my understanding. I don't think they just like gave him 24 mil, but whatever. Pretty sure it was a loan. They fired like half their crew. It had to have been a loan. Whatever. You hear anything about that, Reece? Like with Keek getting that kind of money? Because I know he did get that amount of money. It's just I thought that it was a loan to the company.
I didn't hear about that specifically. I did hear about them firing their staff though.
And that was after they got over $20 million in views. I thought that was a loan. That would be even worse if it wasn't a loan and they just fired everybody.
And they're just like, okay, we keep this money now, right? Okay.
Yeah.
They're going to lobby Neera Tanden. Now Jeffrey Katzenberg is going to lobby Neera Tanden for favorable legislation for his media company. And part of it is the Young Turks. Who do you think owns more of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur or Jeffrey Katzenberg? Did Cenk Uygur invest $24 million in that company?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Like the thing is, I don't like Keek and I don't like Jimmy. So it's like it's funny to me to see them go at each other, you know? But
no, it's a total disaster. Like
like they're both calling each other shit libs and warmongers and stuff. So
it's incoherent.
Jimmy.
Jeffrey Katzenberg. What are the?
Yeah, we'll rewind it a little bit.
Yeah, we're all good.
And part of it is the Young Turks. Who do you think owns more of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur or Jeffrey Katzenberg? Did Cenk Uygur invest $24 million in that company, or did Jeffrey Katzenberg, one of the most richest men in all of media, who is
richest?
I was gonna say we're both going down the grammar Nazi route.
It's one of the richest. Why is most
one of the most rich?
Yeah, that's true. You could do it that way. It's easier to just say one of the richest. What the fuck is most doing in there, Jimmy? Is it just there so that when Rand Paul wants to say war, he has a word to harvest an M from to say war?
Nice. Bringing it full circle.
Nice-em.
Right winger who's a big Hillary Clinton back.
Isn't that what people say in the South? Like instead of saying yes, ma'am, they're yes,
yes, That's right. That's a meme.
Now owns the Young Turks. Isn't that wild? Bernie enemy, Hillary Clinton backer, and donator, donator to Hillary Clinton.
Spooky.
Is owning the Young Turks. Isn't that wild? Go give some more money to shit lib Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks. Go ahead.
What he's really saying is give some more money to me. Because I'm the true progressive voice.
Oh, man.
Go give them some more money so they can then oppose Medicare for all. Go ahead. Go give them some more money so they can oppose.
They
Wait,
support Medicare for all.
They're doing a bad job of it. The Young Turks is huge on that. When I do see what they're saying, a lot of their videos still focus on that. So if his argument was they don't talk about it anymore because they got money, that's not true. Like, he's actually lying about Keek right now, which is, I mean, I guess
you don't
Keek.
need to lie about him. like, that's the amazing part. You don't need to lie about him.
The parts that are outrageous that you don't need to lie about, Jimmy would agree with Keek on.
Unbelievable.
They're both clusterfucks of people, you know.
You getting Medicare for all? Go ahead, because that's what Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks do. How long before you think they go bankrupt? I bet they already are.
Well,
they need more.
He's got a
money.
point there.
Yeah.
And that's why they oppose forced the vote.
They are falling
because they're out of money.
That's why they oppose forced the vote, because they're out of money. When they supported to get grift money like you.
There's only so much of that grift money to go around.
That's true.
They need more corporate cash. What a smart thing to do, to just expose yourself in front of the whole world. Way to go, Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur. Way to go. You guys should come at me more. It worked out so well for you.
We should go after Jimmy. It looks like he replies. He'll do a show about us.
There you go.
And then we can react to it on Ghoul Gang Rising afterwards.
How salty can one man be is just...
No, it's so good.
It's
like all of progressive Democrats went to brunch with Nancy Pelosi, but they all ordered no salt added, and they gave all the salt to Jimmy. He's a salty dude, man. Yeah. He's the one true Neera Tanden hater.
Nice.
That's so good. By the way, Milk Boy deleted the tweets, which is the end of an era. So.
Oh yeah, no, he publicly announced it. Like, I'm done. I'm deleting the milk tweets.
But we know there'll be something else in the future. So.
I shudder to even imagine what it could be.
Hey everybody, this is the part where I tell you where all our live shows are. But
yeah, we're done, Jimmy.
No. you don't get your outro.
No, we're not gonna plug you. Oh man, a lot of garbage takes tonight, but thanks to Mycroft earlier for the $500 donation, dude. That was hype.
The last thing I'd say about that video is there's no way you're gonna convince me that because a dude who worked for Disney back in the day, who was a fan of Hillary Clinton, because he invested in TYT, that they're suddenly Hillary Clinton shills.
It also implies that's his only, he spends all of his time telling Cenk what to do. It's like an aspect of his portfolio, sure.
It was a business decision.
But business decisions are political, man. So
they're not pro the Clintons. It's not like they took down all their anti-Clinton videos.
They talk shit about Hillary Clinton all the time. They basically call her a corporate Democrat. That's what they call her.
And even in some of those tweets that Jimmy put up that were ostensibly pro Neera Tanden, they weren't really.
No. They weren't. He was constantly kind of backhanded criticism of her, So
yeah, I guess Cenk is just slightly more pragmatic, and then Jimmy jumps down his throat like an absolute psychopath.
Yeah, but Jimmy though is so far off the deep end. He can't do nuance or anything. There's for him, you either are a diehard comrade or you're done.
You're done, son.
Done, son. Oh man. Wow. Okay. So that was Ghoul Gang Rising episode 16.5, except it was almost as long as episode 16. So.
May as well be 17 at this rate.
May as well be 17. We'll just change the title. Yeah, 17 basically. And we were going to do a couple hours, but no, there was so much stuff this week, man. I mean, and we still didn't get through all the clips. I still have 5 other clips that we didn't get to. There was like some Jimmy Kimmel thing and stuff, but you know. Oh man. Wow. And it's been a hectic week, but that's that. So, oh my God.
Yeah, no, good stuff. And we covered a lot in this episode and the last. And of course, you know, any submissions and stuff like that, you know, mention it in the comment section of this video. If you're a follower of mine, at Spooky Nukies, a lot of people will send me stuff or DM me stuff. So, or you could DM Kevin. And we keep an eye out for the worst foreign policy takes. And
episode 16.7.
16.7 keeps inching up. Yeah, no.
Oh man.
There'll be. Don't worry. There'll be plenty for next time. I have no doubt. Plenty of absolute cringe.
So thank you for tuning in, everybody. You can follow Tranquil Fury over here on YouTube at Spooky Nukies. You can also follow him over on Twitter at Spooky Nukies, but he might let you follow him. He might not.
Yeah, it's an exclusive club these days, so you gotta you gotta be worth my time. You gotta be, you know, on the cool scale, you know, on the higher echelon of that. But
yeah,
you know, I'm sure if you're a fan of this show, you'll do okay.
Yeah, and you can follow me on Twitter at Kevin Castley, and be sure to subscribe to this channel if you haven't done so yet. I do 2 videos a day. We do daily premieres and daily live streams every day, thanks to the Patreon gang. And if you want to support the channel, check me out over on Ko-Fi, PayPal, and Patreon. Once we hit 500 a month, we'll have 3 videos rolling out each day over on Patreon instead of 2. And a huge thank you again to Minecraft Homes for the $500 donation tonight. That was very generous and absolute hype. So big ups to everybody for watching. Take care, stay based, and I will see you in the next video. We'll see you Saturday for Ghoul Gang Rising for the next episode.